come down here or something. Oh boy. It's gonna be a pretty themed stream. Very thematic. It's gonna be about old Demon Mama and Xander Hall. Mostly on Xander Hall, but I wanted to figure it out. I'd rather put this in here. But it's... I figured if I was going to do it, I might as well make it just an obscene video title. Drop saw BOMBA'S via Orbital Strike, dude. I've been kind of talking it up. You know what? Fuck it. They're going to do it. Then I might as well just, like, you know, do it now. Especially after the nuke was dropped. The nukes have flown. The nukes have flown. Ladies and gentlemen, the nukes fly. The nukes now fly. For Matt has been established. And it's nice knowing the species. Everyone. Folks. It was a pleasure serving mankind on this planet with you all. Just explosions and nukes. My goodness. My goodness. I would say not waste any time about it, but at least, you know, wait a little bit, smoke a bowl, stuff like that, and all that shit. At least kind of get a little time to kind of ready myself, if anything, because, like, I mean, shit is just honestly straight bonkers. Like, just straight up bunk wild. I mean, yeah, like, listening to, like, D-Mama for the last, like, couple days, especially about, like, what happened, has genuinely kind of fucking, like, blew my mind, to be honest. I was just like, what? I was like, what? This how this guy is? Like, seriously? I knew I didn't like him that much, and frankly, it was just because of his political beliefs and just because he felt holier than thou and shit, but man, it's well worse than just that. Man, that was a tough hit. But you know what? That was a good one. Definitely gonna need some harsh ass hits after tonight. And also, like, from what I've heard, this whole, like, nuclear warhead, like, these orbital TSAR BOMBA'S strikes that Mama dropped today, apparently has gone well beyond just, like, some shit. Just between Zan and Mama, like, the quartering knows about it now. A lot of these, like, drama sphere kind of YouTubers are well aware of it now. Like, it exploded, and to see it in real time was wild. To see that shit in real time was actually wild. That's why I was just like, you know what? I was gonna wait for, like, Mama to upload, like, a video or something, because I think that was her intention, maybe, to, like, upload a video at some point. But Zen couldn't keep his fucking mouth shut and popped off on his stream that I was doing earlier today. And Mom was like, you know, fuck this. And just promptly did a stream randomly and just went off. It was fucking beautiful, honestly. You know what? Good for her. Fuck him. I mean, it's one of those things where it's just going to like really bite Zan in the ass, and it already is. Already is not looking good for him at all. It's like oof, but he did it to himself. Like it's literally just all on him. That's why I really don't feel bad for him at all. If anything, I just gloat at it because like you did this to yourself. This is your dumbass doing that shit. Well, I don't have any cash because fucking mom did a little fuck up on like with my account or whatever the fuck. So
shit.
Yeah, I need to figure out like that type of shit.
Get your account separated from mom.
Well, the thing is, it wasn't even like her specifically. Weirdly enough, it was like some fucking weird glitch or whatever with like Venmo when it would transfer it out and double transferred it, and it's still like pending to get back in there. You know, because I went to grab a couple of these from Sevy's, and that's when I found out and let her know about it. So, I mean, last time I checked, it still wasn't back in there. So now I'm just sitting there like, well, fuck me. Because I was going to grab a couple other things too, but...
Oh, so mom has money and she's not telling me.
I don't fucking know. I only called her earlier today and then yesterday, and nothing about cash was ever talked about outside of that, but I already knew that because she said that like on Sunday when she texted me, and I was like, okay. And then, like...
I have to get the water bill on the 1st, Thursday or Friday. Otherwise,
well, I think that's what it was for, because she said it was like... But she had it there for a bill. I don't know why she used my account for it. I asked her about that.
Is the water is...
Well, from my understanding, I think Mom took care of that, because that's what she says when it was for, is to deal with a bill that was coming up.
She told me I have to take care of everything, so who knows? Her brain is
I don't look, like, I haven't talked to her that much outside of just planning up my birthday that's coming up pretty soon. Like, beyond that, like, I haven't really talked much about her shit, so I don't fucking know.
Last time I talked to her,
I don't know. It's like...
She's just like, oh, you're responsible for all the bills now. Yeah, right. I was just kind of looking up, and I figured on the 1st, by the time I get done paying everything, I have less money than I get.
Ain't no one on that one. But that's for bitching for another time. If anything, that's just more of like an annoying hiccup for me, really, because I don't, outside of some groceries, really need anything right now. But it is kind of like looking and realizing why in the fuck am I overdrawn? Because, like, from what I get, it's like it's somehow like transferred it twice. You know, when it came to like the money was in there, and because it was like done because being done twice, it was like I think 150, and it did it twice. I only had like 80 left after the first time, that's what I had, already in there. So it was just like, and doing it twice left me now with like 70 overdrawn. I'm just like, But I think, the next business day, I think is when it's going to, switch over and like go back in there. But still, it's really annoying. Because it's just like, it's like, well, I need some stuff, and it's like, what, uh-oh. TJ, no. Wait, what did TJ do? Oh, did TJ do something? I've gone unhinged and threatened to murder my fellow streamers. TJ, dude, even TJ is in on it, bro. Dude, holy shit, TJ. Holy shit, oh my god. Oh, he's responding to Demon Mama, too. I have also gone... Dude, I bet Demon Mama's gonna laugh on that. And she's gonna probably get a laugh on that. I am Christ of rage. I must murder. Be saned with joy. A hunger for blood. Killing is what I must do. Be non-murderous. My fellow streamers. For I am insane. Rarg. Rarg. Rar. I've been around long enough to know when TJ's joking. This is not joking. TJ, worry about that. There's no joke here. I must kill. Kill. Okay, that's great. That's fire as fuck, dude. I love it. Okay, that dude. Alright, I love you, TJ. I love it. I don't want to spoil it too hard because the thread there is pretty much... Okay, that guy's having fun. But the thread there is pretty much what we're going to be seeing. Or at least, like, she was posting that while streaming. Because how she did, she's like, you know what? I'm going to drop my orbital strikes, and then I'm going to be posting, a whole thread as I do that. And that's, where all that came. That's where all that came from. I skimmed a bit of it, and yikes. Yeah, dude. Yeah, see, like, honestly, I was gonna wait until Dima made a video from her stream yesterday, because it was like 9.5 hours, of her reacting, to Zan with a lot of his bullshit, and a lot of it was just, like, because honestly, until today, I thought it was just him having an ego stroke and being like, oh, they're backstabbing me because they're poking fun at me a little bit, and all this other shit, because initially what really kind of kicked all this off was Demon Mom made a silly joke about how, Zan has just been a Biden simp, for a while, and all this shit, and been kind of annoying about it and stuff, and, and took some pot shots at Demon Mama and Vosh a lot, and straight up called Vosh a right-winger and a Trump supporter, which that's fucking hilariously insane. But I will not stand by any labor exploiting piece of shit. I don't really necessarily stand by any of it, because it's one thing to just be like, fuck this piece of shit, they all die. Like, yeah, sure, I think, we've all had those, like, moments, but what he was doing there was not that. Like, he was straight up being like, no, she must, like, and ideally, I would do it by beating her to death with a gun, and dox her, I want her information, like, she was like, no, I want this. Like, he was, like, almost being like, no, I don't want to be talked down from this, fuck you if you are, kind of shit. Eventually, he was like, alright, and backed off. But, like, honestly, that isn't, like, because I've been there, I'll admit that, but, like, it's never to that route. Never to that route. It's always like, this piece of shit, if, I just fucking get, like, ran over by a train or some fucking bitch, or some shit, Like, it's one thing to go in that route versus, like, full on, like, no, I will, and want to do this, and I will attempt to do so, and fucking, go out of my way to find information in order to, like, premeditate it. It's like growling Chihuahua. Oh, don't worry, I got plenty of fucking insults for him. And the thing is, that little bitch boy wouldn't ever fucking... have the balls to actually, like, fucking face and talk up, the fire and shit, and face the fire. He'll deny and backpedal and be a lying little two-faced little fucking weasel, bro. And, and this is why, like, I know, like, every now and then, at least, off and on, like, me and Venom will sometimes, like, kind of, like, have a back forth about Zan, just because, like, I don't know about now. I actually don't know I don't know if he even knows about this, to be frank. So... I'm not, like, judging him or anything, but it's like, I know him and I had back force being like, hey, like, do you really think that, maybe there's, merit to, like, some of the allegations about him and this and that? Do you, like, why do you not like him, this and that? I'm just like, look, and honestly, like, I don't even give a fuck about the allegations about the whole, like, rumors of the sex cult shit, and frankly, from my understanding, especially even the people that are calling his ass out on that, because people have asked, is there merit to that? Especially considering this behavior and his past actions for like the last like 8 months or so. It's like, no. I mean, for they even say no. Demon says that, and a lot of other people say it, just because like that's a different thing, and also that was an actual abusive, toxic thing. But granted, I will say this, at least there was probably merit of him being, abusive back, in some way too. Like it was probably just an abusive relationship across the board, on both sides. Now that looking back at it, and that's even knowing very little of that situation. But very little that I do know about that, with his like abusive ex or whatever the fuck, and all sorts of shit. It's like, well, he probably wasn't exactly innocent with that shit either. Maybe not to the same fucking insane degree about like sex, cool shit, whatever the fuck. All those crazy claims. But, the idea maybe he's like, a complete innocent victim in that situation. I don't know. He probably threw some shit at her too. And they probably fueled each other's abuse and toxicity towards each other when they were together until they eventually broke off. Which, whatever. And frankly, a lot of this shit ought to have been, like, personal. Like, all this should never have really fundamentally had to come out to the light. But the only motherfucker who made that fundamentally happen was Zan himself. Like, he's the one who started this shit from the get-go. He was the one who... He was literally the very ultimate one to begin all this shit. And it's like, when you spot a pattern, it's like... You learn to bail. And that's why a lot of his friends started leaving him. And started basically abandoning him. And we'll probably, go back and forth about this shit. Speaking of bowels, platonically. Oh, well, these look good. A little blueberry cake of some sort. Looks nice. One of the easiest snacks to make. It's literally 3 things when it comes to heating the milk. These are called easy sheet pan s'mores. Which s'mores are one of these things to make. Well, yeah. Huh. A boba cake? Ooh, boba cake, huh? Seems pretty good. Alright, where would be a good time to even start with this? Brief recap. Might as well start from here. I mean, because, might as well at least, kind of start from the fresh up. Because, from last time, it was more or less just kind of going off, Demon being like, look, you've been burning me a little bit too much. And you even, said you wanted to burn me, like in a social media sense of, trying to take me down. So it's like, I'm kind of done with you a little bit, kind of shit, stuff like that. Can't even take a joke. Because one of the things that Zan was like, Demon was trying to pedal jack me because she compared me to Epstein, which she literally didn't. She literally did not at all. Oh my god. It was literally because it's so absurd. And anyone with a brain will understand that it obviously was just a goof and a joke. Because, it was about, because Zan was trying to downplay, Biden, saying to Zelensky, being like, oh, President Putin right here, yeah. Saying it's just a little flub and a goof, it's all good. And it's and all in all, it's my dude, he's the president. It's not just some random stoner bro moment of accidentally, getting a name wrong or something. This is the fucking president of the United States. He can't just do that shit. And even then, it's just not even excusable. But this motherfucker, and he can't even admit, the errors of any of that shit. And also, the main reason why, too, which, by the way, even shows how much of a labor exploitative scumbag fuck that he really is that he is actually unironically a paid shill. He has a salary, from the Progressive Voice organization, the Progressive Voice Pact, or Progressive Victory, I think. I think it's Progressive Victory. So he's getting a salary and getting paid by PV, Progressive Victory, to like make videos and shit. And some of them are on that fucking on their on PV's website too. So it's like, huh? Like because like how some people say that Vosh is like a paid shill. Like, bruh, like honestly, this really enough paints Vosh in a way better fucking light, and he's got flaws, okay? But like, goddamn, dude, like he looks like a goddamn saint in comparison. It's like, because legally Zane's supposed to disclose that information, but I don't think he has, or if he is, it's like, oh yeah, I can pay some. It's probably just like kind of a quick little murmur and they move on. Or it just like does this weird two-faced weasel shit where he'll like say, oh well, it's because I have gotten donations and this and that from them and stuff, supported my content, blah blah blah. Like, he probably would have done some weird weasel shit, to downplay that he's getting paid by them. Probably has. I mean, because with all of of the shit that's been dropped, and at least react to, he hasn't said anything about that. S'mores would be good, pretty good to have watching this. It's nice juxtaposition because while Xander's life falling apart, S'mores good is that everything in it sticks together. Yep, that is true. And considering how unhinged that Xan kind of is a little bit about this shit, it's like, yeah. And this guy's got guns, by the way. And his behavior when it comes to how he acts and shit, especially to supposedly his friends, is pretty fucking real. It's a red flag. It's the reason why those laws exist. Because, like, a motherfucker like this kid, really, as far as I'm concerned, would definitely be raising some red flags. But, might as well kind of get to the major juice, especially with, like, the vitriol that Demon Mama has. Because, like, for the longest time, I thought they were actually pretty close friends. Because I remember checking out, like, her little YouTube shorts where she'll, like, be vlogging, with Zan, hanging out in the background, chilling, saying what's up to people and shit, while, she's out, like, going through California all the way up through Oregon, going to Washington where, to help him move. Like any friend would, right? And back then I thought, oh, well, hey, they're being friends. They're being, broskies and shit. Not a fan of Zan, whatever, but, hey, cool, doing some friend shit. So to see this, it's just like, I mean, I feel bad for her because she got used and fucked, by this motherfucker, for his own ego and for his own, aggrandizement, because he doesn't, like, it just shows how little he gives a fuck about, the people that, supposedly you think he ought to care about. So liberal Steven Crowder, basically. Yeah, maybe, probably, but honestly, that is borderline insulting to Crowder, and I will not have that. Like, I mean, because, I don't know, man, like, Zan is, like, too much of, like, a little, like, twig pencil, like, mentally frail, little, like, Minecrafty little kid dork, to really, like, be on that level. Yeah, I think it'd probably be a good idea to maybe do this as well. Won't do it too fast, but at least just a little bit.
But first, we have to do just a little bit of explanation, okay? We have to explain why I'm doing this stream today, like specifically. And that's because after my stream last night, Xander Hall decided to go live today. Now, I want to remind you all that at the end, if you haven't seen it for the first time, at the end of my stream last night, I addressed Xander Hall as personally as I could. And I reminded him that all of us remember what he did and that he knows what he did. There is no way that he can deny what went down in December. But today he tried to do that. And I think the reason for that is because I believe he's come to think that he is invincible. I believe that he's come to think that he lives in a world that is without repercussion, that he lives in a world where he can say and do whatever he wants about anyone, even people who have been loyal to him, even people who have been true friends to him. I think that he thinks that he's created himself a little bubble where he's surrounded by little minions.
Well, realistically, minion. He only has one. A guy named Ethan or some shit. And, like, honestly, he just sounds like a way more higher-pitched, annoying version of Zan. And way more uppity. Like, Zan just has, like, this very cold stoner bro, like, yeah, what's up, man? I'm just gonna kind of, like, you know, just kind of have to ride away, but grind, man, you know? Yeah. Like, almost just kind of like this very sociopathic kind of, like, emotionalist kind of thing. But his little buddy is just like, oh, well, like, just that, but uppity. And, like, almost like he's coked out. Like, Zan's, like, on the Zanny bars while his buddy's all coked out on the Addies or something.
I think he's wrong about that. But ultimately, it's kind of going to be up to his community to decide whether or not he's wrong about that. Because if his...
And frankly, I mean, like, I was actually, like, kind of going back and forth, because when she first, you know, went live and she wasn't on quite yet, Zan was still, like, wrapping his thing up. Like, a lot of people showed up for this, because they think of just the blatant, well, I mean, the title of the damn stream that she did. Like, and I think it got a lot of people's attention. Even last night, she, you know, had, like, 1.4K, and throughout this, it was, like, 1.7 concurrent, like, steady the entire time. Like, a lot of people, probably from, like, Vush's community, you know, obviously probably some people in Zan's community, probably from, you know, probably from a lot of people, you know, because usually on average, she's, like, averages about 700-800, maybe 900 at a peak, maybe 1,000 sometimes, you know, but, like, she got a fuckload of people showing up, like, at least 1,000 more for sure, and, like, because a lot of people are like, what the fuck is going on? Because honestly, this kind of popped out of nowhere, even for me, because I already had, like, my problems with Zan, but they were just mainly based off of politics and shit. I didn't realize there was, like, this underbelly, like, fucking crazy shit about him. I'm just like, what the fuck? It's like, honestly, in a weird way, it explains fucking everything I assumed about this kid. Like, straight up. It's like, honestly, all my assumptions just seem so fucking correct, you know, every time I, you know, like, brought him up in the past, you know, whenever I'm like, I don't like him. You know, it's like, even though it would be at least more dismissal, it's like, a lot of it just kind of felt, well, whatever, I just think he's a dumb kid and he's to humble himself. Well, no, he's incapable of that because his brain is not wired that way. He's a straight up solipsistic, psychopathic fucking narcissist. Especially with how he behaves with this shit.
Community is willing to see the truth and look the other way, then I guess he's right.
And I also hear weird, like, things about, like, how apparently, supposedly has a good relationship with his mom. But it's, you know, because I've heard and have actually, you know, when I've tuned in on his streams before, she's been in there before in the chat. But at the same time, I've also heard that, oh, she's been abusive to Zan a lot in the past too. And I'm just like, huh? It's like, so is it like, did they make amends over that and they gone over that shit? Or is there like some weird fucking relationship thing going on there where it's like, you know, where it's like almost like a fueling, you know, to maybe some of this behavior because there's always like kind of a constant enablation of that.
Little bubble of people who will listen to whatever he says no matter how false it is. So let's watch him do it. Let's talk about it. Let's watch some of the clips from his stream today. Shall we? Let's get right into it. Here we go. This is the first clip from his stream today. This is a 2-minute and 40-second clip. So don't you dare claim that anyone's being clipped out of context. We got a 3-minute chunky clip here. Let's have a listen in Zan's own words to what he has to say.
According to Demon Mommy, you completely blew up at Cherry. That's a really bad look, not gonna lie. Sometimes me and Cherry got stressed out.
By the way, why in the fuck does it look like his goddamn weird basement is underwater? You notice that? Like, look back here.
Yeah, but like, no more.
You notice that, like, what looks like, you know, light piercing, like what would look like, you know, how a pool will be, or like a nice, you know, Caribbean, like Floridian, like seashore or something, and you're underwater, and you got the goggles, and you just see all the nice little, like, light, you know, kind of, you know, piercing through the water and shit. Why does his fucking, like, I mean, he literally has it set up like that. That's his whole light thing right there, I think. And it's set up to make it look like he's, like, underwater or something. Like, do you just yearn for the Floridian Sea again, my dude?
General, like, friend arguments and stuff. We also had a tendency to spam things at each other in all caps. The Walter White.
Which, is bullshit.
Meme. Walter White in the car. Have you tried reaching out to Cherry, not on stream? Like, she blocked me out of nowhere. Like, the Cherry blocking me thing was for no reason, to be clear. Like, we were completely chill.
For no reason. Keep all of this in mind, okay? I'm going to replay the beginning just so this is in your mind. I need you all to remember exactly what he said. We're going to just replay this, and then we'll continue the rest of the clip. Let's listen to that beginning part one more time.
According to Demon Mommy, you completely blew up at Cherry. That's a really bad look, not gonna lie. Sometimes me and Cherry got stressed out and would yell, but, like, no more than just general, like, friend arguments and stuff.
You know, one thing I noticed about him is that he has this same exact kind of, like, cadence and, like, emotionless, like, expression when, like, talking about different things. Especially when it comes to drama. Like, it's just kind of, like second nature almost. Like, oh, yeah, you know, this stuff happens. I mean, because, in a way, he just sees himself as the innocent, like, oh, a little innocent little being me. Little birthday boy over here. Which, by the way, I've noticed he uses a lot as, like, you know, oh, you know, this happened on, like, my birthday and this and that. And it's like, how many birthdays he got, bro? Because, I mean, in accordance to at least a lot of the different elements of the timeline with what he says about this shit, it seems like it's more of just an excuse that he says more than anything else. I think he, funny enough, actually did have his legit birthday not that long ago, which is a part of the joke, I think. But at first, I thought it was just a joke, you know, because it just happened to fall on his birthday. But no, I think it's actually like a legit excuse he uses. Like, even if it doesn't happen to be on his birthday, because it might, you know, be close enough, maybe, you know, he'll just say that. Or, you know, or maybe, like, you know, if it, at least if it's far back in time, like, you know, 8 months ago or some shit, then it's basically like, oh, well, you know, I could say it was on my birthday or something. They just dare try to get at me while I'm celebrating my birthday over here. Well, innocent me. Which, who the fuck is that going to appeal to besides some 12-year-old fucking Minecraft kid? You know, it's like, that don't appeal to me. It's like, shit, I mean, you know, it's like, you know, it's like, I'd never had, like, the greatest birthdays, you know, but I've had some pretty fucking amazing birthdays, you know? It's like, you know, hey, shit happens where it's not totally great on birthday, but you know what? You get over it and you move on and fucking, you know, have next year be better or some shit. And there you go. Yippee skippy whoopee doo, you know? It's like, who gives a shit? Like, I don't know why he uses it like it's like some sort of a point of like, oh, little me, oh, poor me. I had a bowl of black dried beans soaking in the fridge, and the reason I bring that up is because that's much more interesting. I mean, because he really is about as bland as like some like stale white bread, bro. I mean, I never really truly got too much of an appeal of him, like honestly, because it's like this dude just has like a very like kind of emotionalist like expression about himself, and frankly about with how he operates, you know, and how he treats people, it's very sociopathic, honestly. Like, I'm a true crime nut, and honestly, when I've seen some pretty like, you know, like pretty cold motherfuckers who've done some pretty cold shit, you know, like, you know, in interrogation rooms and stuff, that pretty much have a very similar like emotionalist kind of expression and shit. Like, I mean, it's like there's certainly like an element of like anti-personality disorder tendencies or some shit. It's really off. And this kid got guns, by the way, and certainly has repeatedly, you know, made threats to, you know, when it comes to using them on people, including even family members, from what I've understand.
We also had a tendency to spam things at each other in all caps. The Walter White meme. Walter White in the car. Have you tried reaching out to Cherry, not on stream, to talk with? Like, she blocked me out of nowhere. Like, the Cherry blocking me thing was for no reason, to be clear. Like, we were completely chill, and then out of nowhere, they just, like, say, I'm gonna block you before you block me, because at that very moment, Demon Mama was doing her stream. Like, it's...
That's a lie also, by the way. Small lie, but still a lie. I was not doing my stream at that moment. In fact, I know when Cherry blocked Zan, it was after Zan blocked me, which I had just DM'd him, which was like a full day or more after my stream. He's just an idiot.
It's not worth like giving attention to, because any like disagreements that Cherry had with me, they were fine with until Demon Mama called me out.
Wrong!
Which also, I like that framing. I kind of bring back to the true crime thing a little bit. Like, I'm a nut for that shit, so I've kind of picked on, or picked up on, like, certain phrases or certain things people say to kind of, like, presume an innocence about them when they're guilty. And that right there was one of them. That right there was just like, oh, until Demon Mama called me out. It's like, I mean, you want to try to presume this innocence, but you're kind of saying almost an admission of guilt where you are hiding something. Like, this happens a lot where it's like, they don't realize it, but they're actually unintentionally doing an admittance. It happens a lot. And a lot of, investigators and shit when it comes to, trying to break a case and they actually do have some evidence, but they just want to, like, see if they can get someone to admit it, for example, like, when they notice a little pattern like that, they pick up on that shit and they hone in on it. They're like, oh, well, why were you called out on that then? Was there something behind that? Elaborate. Like, they start picking up on shit like that. Like, I mean, and honestly, as far as I'm concerned, this is like almost like some borderline troop kind of shit as far as I care. Let's kind of treat it like this. Let's go in this with like we're Ewu or something, bro. It's like, cause shit. Like, this little weasel two-faced motherfucker, like, I want to, like, point out every tiny little way that this motherfucker's doing it. Like, cause Demon Bomber, Demon Bomber, that was like a mixture of a Biden and a Trump, just kind of morphed into one little mannerism. Oh my god. But, like, Demon Bomber, like, she already dropped the TSAR bombas, a bunch of them, and via orbital strikes, okay? Like, she already did the damage. I just want to, like, analyze how this motherfucker, like, tried to weasel his way away from the damage, but it's like, nah, bro, you got vaporized like an 8-way still Sunday. You're cooked, dude. So they just kind of point out every little fucking thing, how this little two-faced weasel, little shit, it tries to weave and, kind of create this whole narrative about himself. Kyle's impressions are legendary. Oh, Kyle's impressions are, like, the best thing, dude. Like, we wouldn't have, like, proper, impressions from lefties without Kyle. He inspired us all. Left-wing person, not that he's obviously, but every left-wing person, but they all have an inherent entertainment value. Paul has this rant, Scotty is hot-headed, TJ's edgy, Mike is good at making skits, and Kyle's impressions are legendary. Yeah. And also, yeah, and then you got, like, like Demon Mama for her, like, various different elements of aesthetic, and, and she can be funny, too. Like, there's, like, either way, there's an entertainment value for, some way, shape, or form. It's like, and it all is kind of spectral, but, yeah, it's like, yeah, you got Kyle with his impressions, and then you got, I mean, there's at least something. At the very minimal, there's at least, informativeness, that, like, people are into about it, but, at the end of the day, there's always at least some sort of an attractor that brings people back in some way. And at least, when it comes to Zan, there really isn't much. Like, outside of being a little Minecraft streamer stoner bro. And look, I'm a stoner bro, okay? Like, I smoke out of a fucking bong out here, for fuck's sake, okay? Like, I'm a stoner bro. Alright? But, like, there's a difference between just, like, I'm just kind of a stoner bro and whatever, than this like, dork. Because, like, honestly, like, I do think he kind of uses it almost as a crutch. Like, he's, like, literally inhaling his vape like he's been trying to suck up the Earth's atmosphere and stuff. Like, I mean, it's like, good lord, dude. It's like, even the way he vapes is like, ugh. It's like, you're the reason why people look at vapors or, weed smokers and they're like, eh. It's like, because, good lord, the way he did it earlier when in this same clip is just ugly. It's like, ugh. Looks like an old man trying to, like, smoke out a bong for the first time because, like, he's always rolled up J's or some shit. Interrogation. Oh, wait, what? I like how I had to revise that message because a part of it mentioned the word crime and not teabagging a dog. Wait, what? Man, you happen to know where you were on the date of, man, I already told you I don't put my testicles in dogs' mouths. Yeah, he's guilty. Yeah, no shit, dude. Look, I already have to tell you, I don't do that type of shit. I mean, come on, man. Like, I mean, the only reason why I'm getting flack about that is because so-and-so called me out, bro. If it wasn't for, Tommy so-and-so over there calling my ass out, then, I wouldn't be in this fucking mess. I mean, come on, man. It's like, yeah, guilty. See, I'm because I'm a little small bean, I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm legit unironically, like, don't give a fuck about being, like, uncharitable, honestly. Because, again, the damage is already done. I'm here to just have a laugh out of it. And just analyze it. Because, frankly, I mean, like, considering that, I've watched Demon for quite a while, and I do believe in, Grant, that I do think that she is and does try to be a genuine good friend. Because even at times where she has been, baited into attempting to start drama with someone like Vosh or some shit like that, or I think even Xan in the past, even well before this shit happened, and before this shit was even building up for the past 8 months. Like, I think there's been times where people try to egg up, like, hey, what do you think about this and that? And she'll be like, well, yeah, I'm not 100% on board with what their take was or this and that. But, I want to, I'll talk from personally and, actually would rather look at it with good faith and stuff. And they want to react to what I say here, that's fine. And sometimes, maybe Vosh, would, or maybe Xan would, but they would at least, like, at the time, be kind of charitable of each other. And Vosh and Demon, as far as I can tell, are still charitable of each other. And, like, because, I mean, if anything, like, again, how the start was because, like, Xan, like, made some pot shots at Vosh out of nowhere, started making some at her, too, and she decided to, like, make a couple of pot shots back, because, whatever, just, just chaffing it out, or whatever, that's probably what she just thought. I've talked a while, whatever, make some shots, we'll make a couple pot shots back, whatever, just ribbing each other. And then he literally freaks the fuck out and does this shit, and it's like, well, now you reap what you sow, motherfucker. I'll be like, the bed now, because you shadow over it like a fucking cow that got, like, fucking a week-long's worth of diarrhea after, fucking constipation, alright, son? Like, have fun with that, bud. Because you're gonna need a lot of, fucking, blankets to really wrap yourself up around that and avoid the shit.
How I said. Let's continue.
And on top of that, like, any unfinished, like, agreements or business stuff was already in the works of being dealt with and hashed out.
No, it was not, and I will prove it.
Carrie's just blocked me and, like, cut me off, so how am I supposed to do that?
By being charitable and not being a fucking piece of shit. That would probably be, one thing, Xan, because this is literally all on you. Like, there's, like, a whole, like, weird gaslighting thing that, he's just doing here, where he's just, like, revising history entirely, where it's like, oh, no, that never happened. It actually happened like this. Like, it's, I mean, so, because in a way, it's saying two things. One, he knows that, what actually happened, and he knows he's, like, guilty of it, and for two, like, he wants to perceive as the innocent one and the victim and being like, oh, well, I'm actually not the problem here. Especially a guy that loves to fish drama left and right. Like it's fucking crack. So, I mean, it really just says, a lot in a way where it's like he recognizes what the fuck he did. And frankly, I mean, oops. I mean, we've seen the, this part of the clip, but let's get to those first orbital strikes. Those first strikes.
Real quick, I just want to drive the point home. We're going to listen one more time real quick to this, okay?
God damn it, we already did. Like a few times. Okay, here we go.
3 at 7:21 p.m. Okay, so I think that I'm fucked. Still no money and it does not show as pending in my bank account. The number was wrong, confirmed. The 4K went to some rando. It has to be stopped. Cherry, ASAP, emergency, fuck, homeless. I am now homeless, Cherry. Why? Answer now. Please, I'm going to be homeless. Cherry.
Which, by the way, no, he wouldn't. Like, he would have been able to have, like, an ability to, get back on his feet. The problem is, he would probably have to get a real job. That's the thing. Like, he wants this to be his dream career doing streaming and shit, which is like, hey, cool. And the thing is, he got fucking lucky because he had people there, like Demon, for example, that were actually good fucking friends and were connections to him and for him in a way to be able to, like, kind of get to the point, well, where he kind of was. I think this is going to fuck him for a while. But it's like, he actually had like genuine like luck and had the right people in the right time kind of shit, and then like you shit the fucking bed because you don't want to ever lose it. Where it's like, hey, there have been times where some people or content creators have to like work a part-time job because they can't completely pay the bills with their content, but make at least enough to where they might still at least have to work like 20 hours a week doing something else or some shit. I mean, it's like, because, hey, guess what, bro? That's called the grind. I mean, it's like, shit. It's not like, some, sadly, abnormal thing here in America, my G. So, maybe put yourself up by the bootstraps there, bud. Like, unironically, like, it's one of the few times where I'll actually say that shit, because, like, this dude wants to freak the fuck out on everyone. And pretty much jeopardize like the few people that permanently, especially after all this, like over like over the fact that he just like basically became Icarus and flew too close to the sun with this shit. Like, because now at this point, now he might honestly have to think a long run about fucking maybe doing a part-time job or some shit. Because I really do think, especially from what I've been hearing, the like aftershocks and the shockwaves of all these TSAR bombas that were dropped, it's like this is going to pop off, now and then, when it comes to like other people. I already know the Corning's probably going to make a video about it because I know he caught whiff of it.
Cherry, B. I have never been paid by PV before, according to all my bank info. Not ever before. Cherry, answer now. I will be homeless starting tomorrow. Cherry. Okay, we're buying my ticket back to California now. Thank you for completely ghosting me tonight. I'll never forget it.
Wait, hold on, let me do this. Now it's just 720. It should be able to read there.
Never. The only way for me to save me is for PV to pay me everything they owe me.
There we go.
I have never received a single payment, not one. I am fucked. Cherry, answer now. Cherry, you have fucking killed me. Why?
The fucking guilt tripping. You've killed me? It's how? Like, I mean, that's just so
Please
whack.
answer,
This
please.
is straight up like, mental breakdown panic and shit, where it's like, frankly, like, this is where, this person, need to, like, take a, step back and, like, get some actual fucking help. Because this, like, because, look, I've been down on some real fucking lows before. Like, straight up. But, I mean, I can't really think of a time I've straight up acted like this to my friends. Like, outside of maybe, like, middle school or high school. But beyond that, like, I can't think of a time. I mean, like I said, there's been times where I've been low before, but never like this. And this guy's a fucking adult, and he's acting like a child. He's acting like I would have in middle school or something. He's like crap, but the more I think about it, it's really more like Boogie. He blames everyone else for his issues and goes on psychotic rants and meltdowns. He had a good gig going on, and his ego ruined it. Oh my god, I think you're fucking right. Dude, he is kind of like Boogie, dude. Instead of having that long-term career like Boogie had, he flew too close to the sun, like Icarus, and fucking burnt it out quick. Dude, he's like almost like a weird, like, what was he trying to speedrun Boogie's, like, downfall or something? Like, cause, I mean, but the thing is, he's a lot more cold and calculated, though. Because, like, he's just kind of like, so he doesn't have, like, so, this is how he is behind the scenes. And Boogie has, or had a gun, too. Well, who knows? Maybe, honestly, he wasn't even legally allowed to have that firearm. They really think he probably legally, is going to try to attain one. He's definitely going behind, like some Walmart, and getting an illegal gun purchase and shit. Like, that's what he's doing. I honestly guarantee he probably has one hidden away and just has learned to keep his mouth shut about it now. So, I mean, that would be my guess. And apparently he's got face tats now. Like, I guess the Boogie stretch goal wasn't made from the last Onion Nuggets, so we never got to really see it, but apparently that's the thing now.
Please answer now. I have messaged Brianna myself. When you are back online, we need to have a conversation about your future employment.
Which is Brianna Wu, which is, I guess, like a part of Progressive Victory, who pays him, so now he's freaking out about that. So this is kind of like, in relation to that a little bit.
I am saved. It will be no thanks to you. I am fucked. It is your fault for not making sure they paid me. You swapped the fucking numbers and they weren't able to pay me because of that. Here's the email that shows that there was a slight typo. By the way, just for context, that issue was resolved very, very shortly.
And usually things like that, can sometimes happen and mistakes happen. So issues like that would generally be able to get resolved very quickly.
Let's continue. Not the 4K is on its way to some fucking guy now.
This try all you want, but there can only be one master of squandering. That is true, dude. You should have found it like a screen cap of Boogie where he's looking insane, like, on these latest streams and shit. You should try to see if you can find one with him with his face tats. And honestly, in one note, sad. Even though Boogie's kind of, obviously big and fat right here, he actually looks kind of good. He actually looks kind of good looking. As weird as it is. I mean, yeah, granted he's not, healthy, and with this weight and shit, obviously, but, like, doesn't he honestly at least, like, legit look like just better? In a weird way? Like, he just, like, cause Boogie lately, dude, oh my god, because how I've seen him lately versus this picture right here, I don't know when this picture was, probably, like, what, I'd assume, like, 2011, 2012, maybe? But, like, holy fucking shit. Wow, lately, he looks fucking bad, man. He's looking really, really, really bad. Like, cause I'm just now just thinking of just, like, how he looks right now versus that. And I was like, whoa. Like, it actually shocked me, like, how, Boogie, for, being a big boy, like, actually kind of looks good. It kind of looks like, a friendly, older, teddy bear kind of guy that, you might want to cuddle with or something. Like, he actually kind of looks like, I don't know, like a decent dude a little bit. Nowadays, he's making the fucking manatee himself. Brett King get a run for his money. And honestly, I think Brett King might need to step aside. I think he needs to step aside. I think there's a new manatee in town. What are you doing? You're just licking your foot. Did you hurt your foot? Did you hurt your foot? Let me see your foot. Did you hurt your foot? Your foot's fine. Have they done a Boogie Gauntlet yet? Well, they've done a full episode on Boogie. It's a patron episode. Though they should just make it a public episode at this point. Especially with the Boogie drama. They could probably just re-upload it as a public episode. And I think that would work. But no, I don't think they have. I mean, at this point, fuck it, I mean, might as well.
I am waiting. I want you to know, this is all...
By the way, now I kind of want, like, Paul to kind of, like, hella shit on Zan, because low-key, though, especially with the rad lib weasel shit, and being an open grifter, too, apparently. Not open grifter, I mean, just a grifter that because I found that out literally yesterday when Dima was doing her, like, 9-hour expose on this shit. Like, I was like, what? Because as soon as I heard that, which this shit here also is kind of in relation to that. That's why that, email by Cherry sent to PV Progressive Victory to get his payments. So, I mean, now it's just straight open information for sure. Like, now people definitely know about it. So, it's just like, the dude is straight up, like, a part of the greater DNC apparatus and a grifter and a shill. Not a successful one, obviously, but and probably not going to be before long anymore. Because after this shit, needs to be new man to go. Look, we tried. We sharing streams twice across over the platforms. No one see it, but it's sadly not happening. Therefore, Boogie Hut. Boogie Hut over the Manatee. I know, dude. Like I said, there's a new Manatee in town, man. And also, like, who, you know, outside of the oldies from the DP days, you know, like us and shit, you know, well, I wasn't really there that much for the DP days until the later end of it, but, I mean, I'm sure shit well aware about, you know, Manatee and stuff. I was even aware about it even a little bit before then. You know, but, you know, his time is gone. It's kind of sad to see, but he's an elderly Manatee off in his old little hut, you know, or in his old bar cave and just doing his thing. And, you know, the new Manatee out there that everyone's looking at is Boogie. So.
I want you to know, this is all of these occurred within approximately 40 minutes. Okay? This is now 8:09. I want you to know that if I have to...
And also, like, you know, before we totally get back into this, like, I also find it funny that Wings of Redemption now legit just looks like a genuine decent person now lately. He's never been a great guy in the past, but now lately he's actually kind of looked like a decent dude and actually kind of has humbled himself. I think unironically, I think he actually has humbled himself, after all of his localness, and now is kind of on his unironic Wings of Redemption. You know, he's on his redemption arc, I think. I mean, I can't really be for certain, but it seems like that's the case. It's just like, well, holy shit. It's like, oh my goodness. Boogie's falling from grace and Wings is coming back. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, damn, bro.
California tomorrow, I cannot bring my PC. I will not be able to afford your pay. Your job will not exist anymore tomorrow because you wouldn't message me.
Which, by the way, I find this to be bullshit. He wouldn't be able to bring his PC because, bro, like, dude, you can sacrifice other things to be able to keep your PC where you know you'll be able to, you know, regain some shit back because you're able to buy it later down the line. I mean, it's like, I find this to be some bullshit because he could prioritize what he takes and what he keeps. Or and what he leaves.
This is still salvageable, but time is now slipping away, and if you're asleep and see this in the morning, it's already too late. I am now in hot water with Brianna because I look bad for having you handle this shit while I was busy. You were the one who got me to join PV. I told you I would be too busy to handle this stuff, and you said you would. I have now paid another $250 so my mom could reschedule her flight and extend her rental car for the week. My lease still ends in 25 hours, but I won't be stranded here without her when I get kicked out. I could have locked in this house hours ago if you were fucking awake to send me the W-9 and pay agreement from PV to verify my income. You fucking fuck. I would have had the place and been moved in by now, you motherfucker. You were the only person holding this whole process back, you fuck. If I end up...
I mean, instead of just calling this person and, you know, like they're having... This dude is straight up just having a meltdown on a Discord private chat with this person. It's like, they could have just, like, you know, called them. Like Cherry did it, like being like, oh shit, let me call them. We put bread on a raft. Hey, what are you doing? Sniffle, said the sea manatee go. I can't swim, darn help me. And then a big wig knocks him into the ocean. He's finally with his own kind. Yep.
Made homeless tomorrow because the place gets nabbed up by tomorrow, and I'm stuck living with my abusive mom again, and my fans ask why I'm back where I started. I will make sure that they know that it is because of you.
Which also... I thought he had a decent relationship with mom, so now he's throwing out the idea that she's abusive, you know, what, as like a jab to guilt trip, you know, or is there merit to that? That's why I wonder. Because I don't take any fucking thing that this, you know, son of a bitch, you know, says, you know, with any truth or merit, honestly. There's no reason, you know, to believe anything that comes out of this little fucking weasel's mouth. So I sure as shit won't believe anything he says about it. I want to hear third-party sources, like, you know, he's got, like, a nephew, a cousin, or anyone, like, anybody. I don't give a fuck. Like, you know, I'd rather hear from a third-party source instead of, like, him or the mom, frankly. Because I don't, you know, because mom's going to be like, oh, I've never been abusive. He's my son. You know, probably some shit like that. And then him, I mean, everything that's happened after, you know, especially today... There ain't no reason to believe a fucking, you know, there's no reason to believe the air that breathes out of his fucking mouth, let alone anything that he says. So, I mean, it's like, there needs to be like a third party source that can confirm one way or another about that shit. Is it a tumultuous, relationship, or is it all hunky dory and he's just using it as a crutch to just like, be like, oh, what was me?
Now that is one, okay? That is one of many blowups that Xander Hall had, starting in November and proceeding into December, okay? Him screaming and blaming everything on Cherry, things that were often immediately resolved, him flipping out. Now there's another little piece of context that I can provide here that won't be reflected in these DMs, which is the fact that the reason why Cherry didn't pick up in the course of 30 minutes is because Cherry was sleeping after having just pulled an all-nighter for Xander Hall, editing his videos because Xander Hall was previous.
Still doesn't excuse him. Yeah, let's grant this. Let's say it is true. Doesn't excuse the bullshit he's doing. And nor does it make it justifiable to be used as a crutch to, justify your own abusive nature and your own abusive shit to other people. Like, it's one thing to be like, hey, look, I'm going for a rough time. I don't want to, something fucked up with the payments and shit. Can you get back to me as soon as possible? Because if this doesn't get resolved, I might have to move back, If my mom and I have had bad relationship with her, and you might be aware of that, blah, blah. Because again, let's say benefit doubt's true. If there's anything real about that, even if you might, be like, fuck, kind of panicking, internally, like, because, look, I've, been, like I said, I've been down for some fucking lows, but if I'm talking to a friend, I'm trying in the middle of my, like, fuck panic, trying to at least, filter out, like, how I'm feeling, and to try to at least, express that shit in a way. And honestly, it helps calm me down, in a way to at least talk to one of my friends, when it comes to that shit. But if they don't respond, yeah, it gets annoying. But that's why you usually might try to, I don't know, find another friend or whatever, I guess. But in this case, it's obviously a business thing. But either way, it's like, if it's a business thing especially, then fucking, like, address it in a professional manner. You fucking immature little child twit. Like, if there's, like, some legit business that's, involved here, then act like, it's a business fucking, conversation and shit. Because, yeah, that shit's some serious stuff, and, granted, probably a reason to panic if, like, oh, fuck, there was, a fuck up or a typo, and the payments didn't go through, and whatever. Like, yeah, there's merit to that, but just fucking freak out and basically using all this other weird shit, to justify, this abusive behavior, and then fucking back, pedal and deny all that shit, and we're trying to gaslight everyone to think, oh, well, no, it wasn't me, actually. Sometimes we'll, like, freak out each other and, like, have goal caps and this and that every now and then, as, like, friends do occasionally, This is just how friends are. Because shit like that totally is how friends are like. You fucking fuck. It's like, yeah, that's definitely how friends act like with each other. And the thing is, like, there's, like, a thing when it comes to, like, especially when it comes to, like, dude friends in a way, especially. This kind of more, I guess, like a man thing, I guess, for the most part. But there's, like, a sense of, like, riffing on each other and being like, hey, what's up, you son of a bitch, kind of thing. It's like, oh, this motherfucker right here and this little, like, quirky-ass fucking get-up, kind of thing. It's like, there's, like, a riff and shit. And sometimes you might, like, with your buddy be like, getting in a heated argument, being like, well, fuck you for this idea. Like, what the fuck, bro? And then the next day you're like, hey, man, I'm sorry I kind of lashed out, bro. Those devils looking, man. It's all good, bro. Kind of shit. Like, because that actually happened with my buddy Ripcity, while he was in Spain with his friend. They had a heated, back and forth about Israel and Palestine, funny enough, actually, when it came to that topic, because I kind of was a third party, awkwardly kind of third wheel in that with a buddy and his friend at the bar last Saturday. So I was like, I mean, but it was one of those things where it's just like, the very next day they were like, I'm sorry, it was the devil's liquor, and I'm just kind of being a piece of shit. My bad, bro. As far as I'm aware, they're all chill now. So it's like, I mean, all in all, it's one of those things where it's like, it's kind of like a thing that bros kind of do sometimes and dudes do, when it comes to their friends. It's not like all the time. It's not like, whatever, but it's one of those things where it happens. You know, it's like there are some, you know, people that, mainly guys especially, that are kind of like that. But I mean, again, you know, to bring back the circle of Zan here, it's like that this isn't what that is. And also, like, he can't take the fucking, you know, scruff either. He's willing to try to dish it out in a very fucked way, frankly. But he can't take the scruff back. He can't take, you know, the fucking heat back, bro. Honestly, I feel like all this shit here would go a totally different route if he was willing to take some fucking heat. Like, even Vosh is willing to take fucking heat. Like, I mean, even with his Fortress arc and shit he's doing right now, you know? But it's like, even despite that, it's like, even he's willing to take some fucking heat, because, you know, look how he's doing, you know? He's still there, he's still kicking. Doing about just as good as he usually does, right? So, I mean, like, where the fuck are you, my dude? How the fuck are you doing? Because it seems like now you're in just some hot fucking water because you fucked up and you can't own it. Fucking bitch boy shit. Coward shit. Fucking rat behavior.
Freaking out and saying that the channel was going to die because he was having trouble recording content because of a bunch of bullshit that happened with his move, which was his fault.
I'm not surprised, by the way. It seems like a lot of things that tends to be his fault, he always wants to blame everybody else for. And whenever somebody else happens to be at fault, he wants to do a vindication and be like, see, I was right. Which also he's been doing this with this shit too. I wanted to at least skip to another chat because let's get to the second part. Because this shit, I actually didn't see this 100% yet. Like, because I was at work, kind of tuning off and on with this a little bit. But I've heard this is a pretty, you know, a little strange. I think the third one's the one I really definitely want to, like, look at. And then there's the nuke. Like, cause that shit, like, when I was last looking at it, you know, I was just like, because I looked back, because I tuned in just like a minute after she dropped it, I was like, wait, and I had to go back and I saw it, I paused on it, I was like, and this guy's got a couple of guns and is like this? Oh, it's like, whoa. Because the receipt 3 is the one that's a little, I think, can be like, all right, yeah, you know, it's just like, well, we'll get to it.
Now here is a little, I got another one that's relevant to this, okay? So in just a few days later, actually I should say just 2 weeks later, approximately, on December 17th of 2023, approximately 2 weeks after this berating, exploding event happened, here is a conflict between Cherry and Zan.
And this is essentially the wage theft bullshit, being a labor exploitator here. And especially for me, this is some shit that is, like this is what just honestly just pisses me the fuck off. And I just hate this little fucking shitbag fuck, you know, over this. Like, this is what really grinds my fucking gears outside of his stupid bullshit, dumb, rad-lib politics. Like, learning about this is what really grinded my gears, because, I mean, if anyone is, you know, I know Rose, obviously, but, like, you know, he knows I just preach the cry with his ass, but at least for anyone that might be popping at this, I'm a labor guy, I'm a unionist, you know, fundamentally. So it's like, with this shit, like, this fucker just grinds my fucking gears, and it's like, so, what? So now you're a fucking, you know, wannabe fat cat? You're a wannabe temporary embarrassed millionaire? Is that who you are, you fucking wannabe little bitch? You want to fuck over your fellow, you know, like your fellow man, your brother, sister, and, you know, fucking struggle and shit, while you struggle, getting fucking paid by a fucking Democratic organization and progressive victory. It's like, you fucking actual rad-lib fuck. I mean, it's like, you actual motherfucker. It's like a lot of things that people might claim, like, you know, because honestly, the reason why I know Paul don't give a fuck about Trump, but part of the reason why I've always wanted him to maybe, like, dunk on Zan at least once is because I always had, like, an assumption about his, like, you know, lib takes, because they're, frankly, everything when it comes to, like, Vosh and his flaws about, like, how he might be Libyan, like, electoralistic and all that shit. And off and on is defending Biden in the past and all this other bullshit. Like, it's like Zante, he's literally like 10 times worse about it. Like, honestly, like, as far as I'm concerned. Like, I mean, it makes me realize, like, look, if Vosh might, be kind of Libby occasionally, and I got my problems with him sometimes, but frankly, it makes me realize that, he's just kind of a rich boy that likes, lefty theory stuff and shit, and honestly, I think his heart is in the right place, but I think he's just kind of a rich boy and just needs to humble himself a little bit. Like, at least for him, I think it vindicates for me a little bit that he just, like, he's someone who I think could be humble. It's like, and I, because I kind of, at least before all this shit, assumed Sam could have been the same way, because I thought he was kind of the same thing, but younger, and, like, still kind of, like, new to this type of shit a little bit, so to speak. Hasn't really been completely, like, a blue-collar guy either, so it hasn't really, dipped his toe in that much, so it probably doesn't have knowledge about that, but, he's out there trying to, like, like, put his foot, out there, and, like, try to do something with his takes, at least put something out there. And frankly, it's like every time I try to be original with his takes, they always fucking were just kind of cringy. Like, I remember honestly when I was like kind of done with them, like it was around like February and shit, because he was like, reacting to this whole like shit going on in Gaza and stuff, and basically saying it's not really genocide and stuff, guys. I mean, come on now. Like, look, I mean, like, yeah, there's a lot of civilian deaths, and there is, problems with that, and there needs to be a ceasefire, but, like, I mean, it is a war. It's not a genocide. Like, he would just, like, kind of backpedal it and fucking weasel around the whole fucking thing. And it's like, you're sounding kind of, like a lib Zionist here, bud. It's like, oh, yeah, it's not a genocide. I mean, come on. Look, all these civilian deaths, like, look, sometimes it happens. It's like you're downplaying that fucking shit, and it sounds pretty fucking Libby as shit. And very fucking weaselly. And frankly, fucking disgusting. And just, it's like you're undermining the fucking value of their fucking lives of innocent, people that are just getting slaughtered left and right now. It's like, go fuck yourself for that shit. And, because I was at least still subtle about at that point, just because I might just be like, let's kind of, like, just kind of see how his chat, feels about him, about certain things. Like, how do people react to his takes on his videos and shit? I'll just like do that occasionally, or maybe just watch a segment or two, just be like, what's his take here? Oh, just as lib as ever. So just because I would think, oh, is he actually going to change his, takes on certain things? Because, at least Vosh would, right? Like, I mean, that's why I at least, still watch him on a somewhat regular basis, because, like, I might disagree, have issues with him, and vehemently disagree with a lot of his takes, but I mean, at least I think he's actually being a fucking human being with it. I mean, granted, a very quirky Beverly Hills ass way about it, but whatever, it can be annoying sometimes, but, rich boys can be like that sometimes, but whatever, like, I mean, he's not, frankly, especially after all this shit, he really ain't, like, the worst thing out there. It really makes me realize that. It's like, ooh, if anything, it's like, gotta feel bad that like Vosh gets a lot of heat, because man, there's some motherfuckers out here that are just waiting to stab motherfuckers in the back just to get a little extra clout. And it's like people always thought about that with like Vosh and shit. And it's like, I mean, yeah, he likes to have his hot takes and throw the spice out there and shit, but I mean, he is also as an autistic son of a bitch. So I mean, and I am legit, so, and he said it too, so it's like, we're both diagnosed, so, I mean, like, I know how that is, like, I mean, hey, sometimes you gotta throw a hot take, and you don't give a fuck, because, sometimes the tism wants to, like, the tism id, just kind of comes out. I'm a very hinged individual, how about you? Didn't you show me this already? The Vauntlet, aka Paul's last day on Earth. You never hear a calm, sane person described as hinged. Oh yeah, that's true. Well, I think it's because you don't really need to, like, say that, like, someone is, like, hinged, I suppose, because, like, they're already like, you know, irrational thinking brain, or at least they're not broken to the point where they're like unhinged to the point where like neurons ain't working right. You know, I think I get what's trying to. Okay, well now you get my see, and now I'm doing autism in the opposite where I'm like going actually. God damn it! Don't make me, man. Well, see, at least I'm validating what I just said like a minute ago. Okay, so hey, prove my point.
Harry says, you probably won't even pay me this month. Xanderhall responds, why do you think I won't pay you? Zan says, tell me why you think I can't and how it makes me bad. Notice the manipulative language already being used.
I noticed that well before this. And, you know, and fuck a son of a bitch like this, man. Dude, like, you know, fat cat boss motherfuckers and managers do similar shit. It's like, hey, because, you know, like of recent performance and stuff, we, you know, like in order, you know, to get that wage increase, you need to have to earn it, you know, by making sure that you do better performance and blah, 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 blah. You know, and shit like that. It's like, no, I'm literally, like, legally supposed to be paid this. Fuck you. It's like, no. I mean, can you tell me why I am actually the bad guy in the situation, even though you're the problem with your performance? That's literally what this fucking shit is. And it's like, oh, well, why? Say it. Oh, am I an asshole now? It's like, yeah, you are. You fucking wage-thieving fucking piece of shit. You worthless fuck. See, this shit gets my fucking gears. Because it's like, you have someone who's busting their fucking ass. Like, it literally went out of the way to fucking make your shit, by the way. As an editor, too. This is the reason why this shit's even here in the first place. Because Cherry was your editor. You know, she was your fucking editor and out there and basically, honestly, made your fucking channel where it was. Like, I mean, and there's even a distinct difference when it comes to, like, quality as well. Now they have your fucking weird little Igor Ogre fuckboy, you know, fucking Ethan doing your shit now as an editor versus her. Like, straight up, there's a major quality difference. And honestly, that's kind of part of the reason why I kind of fell off, because honestly, his videos started going to shit. Curious how that started happening. Probably because they had, like, you know, fucking literal simp, fucking, you know, sockling on his fucking, you know, stupid little stoner dick, you know, and his little ego, to fucking, you know, just, like, you know, be there to yes man him every step of the way. While making subpar fucking shit. At least when it comes to being a professional, career, business-based kind of streamer like this motherfucker is. I do it as a hobby. I got an excuse. Like, because I already got, you know, a way of making my fucking Benjis. I mean, granted, I got cash out of stuff, but I don't really put it down in there or anything like that because, I mean, I don't want to go for the extra process to go fucking, like, you know, put the description in or whatever, you know, so, but, hey, if anyone, you know, it's one of those things where it's honestly, it's like, if asked, you know, be brought up, but it's like, beyond that, you know, whatever. This part's a hobby for me. You know, it's like, but for this shit, this is supposed to be like a business. Like, because, you know, Xanderhall is, for all intents and purposes, is running a fucking business. His business is being a streamer and a content creator. And that's his business. And as a business owner, he has a fucking, you know, onus and, frankly, an obligation as a boss to fucking pay their editors and pay their fucking workers, even if they're contractors, you know, working for a few months or working them, you know, by commission via video by video or something like that. Either way, it's like, it's an obligation to, hey, shocker, fucking pay them because that's how laws work when it comes to labor rights and workers' rights and shit. Even with how shitty they are in this fucking country. But your fucking bitch ass can't weasel around it, you fuck. Because frankly, this shit right here, like, honestly, could probably face legal repercussions. I mean, granted, maybe it wouldn't necessarily be seen as, like, as serious as, like, you know, someone getting wage theft, you know, at a fucking McDonald's or something. But still, for all intents and purposes, Zan's running a fucking business here. And, you know, when it comes to being a content creator, and this is how he fucking treats his employees, holy fucking shit, you better be goddamn glad he ain't a fucking manager at your fucking local grocery store, because he would be a fucking shitbag. Oh my god. He would be fucking wretched. I'd fucking hate to have this piece of fucking garbage as a fucking manager, or even as a coworker, frankly, of how he acts. He would probably, you know, fucking, you know, blame a bunch of bullshit that he slacked off and fucked off. you know, and then blame it on someone like me or anyone else. And, you know, and try to get good with, like, the management and shit anyway, just to, like, this little fucking weasel, like, I know these motherfuckers. Like, I mean, you know, it's like, and it's like, I fucking, you know, vile these pieces of shit. Because they're just like, you know, fucking little yes men motherfuckers that just want to rise to the top just so they can make a little extra bank and say, fuck you, got mine. Because they're a temporary embarrassed millionaire. Fucking shitbag motherfucker. This is shit that pisses me off. Like, out of all the other shit, like, we're just gonna have a little fun with this. This is the shit that makes me fucking angry. Like, this is the one that really, you know, it's like, Like, the crazy, the SAR Bomba of the SAR Bombas that comes up later, like, that's some other insane serious shit, but doesn't nowhere near as make me as angry. Like, outside of the fact that I guess he's allowed to have fucking guns. But, like, this shit is what really fucking makes me mad. Because there's a big labor advocate and shit. You know, no worker, you know, need to be fucking, you know, like, being injured, you know, when it comes to the fucking struggle of, like, you know, earning their keep. And, you know, trying to make their own fucking bread and butter. You know, because, you know, hey, they got bills too. You know, we got fucking, you know, rent to pay too, motherfucker. Fucking parasite. And don't make no bones about it. He is a fucking parasite. He literally rode the coattails of Dean Mama and Vosh. Vosh probably more than, you know, Dean Mama. And literally rode, you know, all the way up for California, all for the fucking West Coast, you know, to move and establish himself more. Just to fucking, you know, cut the coattails off and stab them in the back, you know, over fucking what? Because he wants to be a drama farmer, fucking little shit. And because he doesn't want to be held accountable to his own fucking actions. Because he's still got a mentality of a fucking middle schooler. Temporarily embarrassed millionaire is a nice way of saying... it's a nice way for saying loser. Yeah. It is. But that's honestly, when it comes to this shit right here, I think it is another, you know, way that explains a lot of his politics too. I mean, honestly, that's why I think he's honestly more of a lib than even fucking, you know, Vush can be sometimes. I mean, cause look, I mean, say what you want. I mean, Vosh did at least, you know, work a little bit of a blue collar job a little bit. You know, it's like, I mean, he at least has a couple times, doesn't really talk much about it at all, but which it's kind of unfortunate. I kind of wish he would a little bit because honestly, there's a lot of blue collar folks that listen to people like him, like me. And I think, you know, trying to put that commonality out there would, you know, kind of be, you know, cool. You know, because honestly, it'd be kind of interesting to hear, you know, his stories about like, you know, did he had some quirky coworkers? Did he had like a wild experience, you know, like, you know, worked security at a bar once or something? Because I think he was a bouncer at a bar, you know, in Seattle or some shit for a little bit. You know, so it's like, I mean, and especially if you're a bouncer at a bar in Seattle, dude, you're bound to have some wild stories, bro. You know, it's like, I mean, for me, it's like, dude, like, I mean, it would be kind of interesting to hear those stories, but he never talks about them at all. I don't think he ever brings it up. It's like, come on, bro. But then again, at least, like, there's a little, I mean, at the end of the day, at least there's something with him, you know? I guess in a way, it's like, because, you know, in the past, I've been pretty, especially when it comes to, like, you know, previously with Biden and stuff, you know, I've been pretty critical about, you know, Vosh and his takes about that shit. I mean, not so much really, just, you know, especially with the whole Mamala, you know, when it comes to Mamala and shit. You know, so with that, whatever. I think, you know, we all kind of deserve to ride the wave at least a little bit. Yeah, so... you know, I'm okay with, you know, granting a pass anyway. And also, like, at least we got a young person that may or may not at least do something anyway, whatever. You know, so derail no different way. But it's like, there's at least, you know, like, despite all that, like, I've been pretty critical about his ass, but it's just like, at least, like I said, you know, like I was saying from earlier, like, at least he's fucking a real person still a little bit. At least, you know, there's at least some genuine, like, takes in an actual fucking, like, principle thing going on there. I mean, you know, it's like, you know, granted, you know, I don't always agree with it, and sometimes I vehemently disagree with it, you know, like I said, you know, but I mean, shit. At least I could tell that, you know, he at least thinks about it and at least fucking means it. Do I always like it? Like I said, no. But at least I know he fucking means that shit. At this point, especially with all this shit, I don't even know, like, you know, what fucking Zan's about now. Honestly, you question whether, like, if he's, like, really, like, kind of, like, Libby or still kind of conservative or something, you know? It's like, I mean, where do you fucking stand, Zan? It's like, because, I mean, at this point, like, I question whether you're even left in the first place, bro. Or even progressive, let alone, you know? It's like, were you even anywhere close to that boat? Or are you just doing it just because you knew it would help, like, you know, ride you and, you know, up a little bit? At least gain you enough of a foundation to where you can just do shit on your own and fuck everyone off. Which, how's that gonna do you any favors, bro? It's like, oh, yeah, let's, like, you know, cut everyone off that actually helped me get to where I am now, and then, like, what? Go to fucking, I don't know, like, I'm actually trying to think here, like, fucking who? Like, I can't, like, who? Like, I mean, where would he go? I mean, because honestly, as far as I'm concerned, he pretty much has burned every fucking bridge that, like, I at least can think of. There's no fucking way he would ever talk with someone like, you know, David Dole, Mike, you know, for example, because they collaborate with the Serfs of Lance, and Xander Hall is already like, he could go fuck himself, fuck Lance, blah, 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 anyone affiliated with him. And by proxy of that, they could go fuck themselves kind of thing. He's already like that, so that's already, you know, so that was settled long ago. And now this shit. And then, like, I mean, it seems like he's burned pretty much every fucking bridge he possibly can. And now he's, like, literally in his own weird, like, unironic lefty echo chamber. Like, when people talk about leftist echo chambers, this motherfucker, like, kind of weirdly made one, but it's not left, though. He just made his own weird, egotistical, like, unironically cultish, like, echo chamber. Like, the weird sex cult shit, that's bullshit. But you know what is true? Make it a cult of personality around him. You know, so he has a bunch of fucking yes men, a bunch of sycophants. Like, you know, the sycophants that are yes men to TJ and the whole DFF meme around that? That is actually a fucking thing with him. Like, because he has at least, like, a good solid 200 sycophants that just, like, you know, fucking worship his dick all goddamn day. Maybe it might peak at, like, 300. Maybe.
There. Cherry says, you didn't last month. Zan says, why? Say it. Why couldn't I pay you? And how does that reason make me an asshole? I'm going to get a
because you're a greedy fuck. That's why. And you don't recognize, you know, the fucking value of the labor that's given to you, you son of a bitch.
At the end of this month at this rate, Cherry, we have not made enough money. I cannot change that.
You know, frankly, if I ever had a weird, like, cosmic star alignment thing where it's, like, had, like, even a 30-minute opportunity to talk to Zan, I could give a fuck about all this other shit. That would be the fucking thing I want to rail his ass on. Because, you know what, it's like, I could give a fuck about what his excuses are, I already won't believe them. I could give a fuck what they are, because they're just going to be lies, you know, as far as I care. You know, so, as far as I give a shit, I'm going to, like, basically want to talk at and over him. And frankly, interrogate his ass to be like, oh, so let me be fucking honest with you. Do you support unions? Do you support labor? Do you honestly support the idea of paying, you know, employees, you know, a fair living wage? And if he says yes to any of that shit, I'm going to be like, bullshit, you're lying to me. No, you don't. Because you refuse to pay her ass. And he's walked that back, too, because, you know, he also says, like, oh, well, you know, she don't block me, I pay her. You know, she asked me and stuff. But later, you know, on his weird little, like, you know, Igor Ethan fucking fuckboy, you know, like, you know, doing his own little stupid stream, like, you know, he went over there being like, oh, well, I won't ever pay her because I have, you know, there's no reason for me to pay her back, blah, blah, blah. So literally walking him back within literally in a less than a fucking 3-hour period, basically being like, yeah, no, you know, I'm actually not going to pay her back because I don't owe her anything. It's like, yeah, you do. As far as I'm concerned, legally, you do. You fuck. You owe her back pay. You son of a bitch. Like, are you serious? Are you really gonna fucking twist that shit? Because, like, frankly, like, I mean, if, like, any, like, you know, state labor law fucking organization or the NLRB or anything gave a remote fucking iota of a fuck, they'd be fucking hounding your ass on that shit, and you'd probably get fucking fined for it, and that would be a lot more expensive to have to just pay her off. And just pay her the back pay. But, I mean, like I said, I don't know if it would be taken as seriously, but like I said, as well, you know, on top of that, this is a fucking business he's running. And any business is upholding to those fucking laws. And, you know, when it comes to workers' laws and shit, and workers' protections and their rights, like any business is meant to be upholding to those fucking laws if they have employees and shit. Whether it's based on contract, salary, or hourly wage. Regardless of how that fucking shit is settled, if it's, you know, like, as long as, you know, there is an agreement on how a payment is, you know, given and done, then it is upholding to, like, state law to make sure it's obligated that fucking happens. And you fuck off that shit, and that employee knows their fucking rights, you're in a world of hurt. Well, unless you're a big fat cat corporation, then. What grade school bully thing would you do to Xander? Do you really want to know? Because, like I said, I'm here for the fucking memes, and frankly, you know, to do a slander haul on Xander Hall. So, as far as I care, I'm willing to be, like, unshareable as fuck to this son of a bitch and fucking poke at him all I want. And frankly, if any weirdo from, you know, Zan's fucking shit, you know, wants to pop in on my ass and clip it, then fuck it. You know what? Like I said, I would have fucking, you know, talked to him about this fucking shit with Cherry specifically. Fuck everything else. I'll talk to him about that and that alone. And I'll fucking hound him for it, too. Because, frankly, I really don't give a shit. I ain't got no respect for this little fucking weasel. So if his fucking, you know, weird little fans want to come over here and fuck around or whatever, then whatever. You're just honestly boosting me in the algorithm, so thank you, anything. Like, whatever, I'll take their hate. It's like, you know, the fucking, you know, Elvis movie with, like, you know, and shit. It's like, well, we monetized the hatred. Yeah, it's like fucking, you know, just flow on that shit. I'll ride that fucking hate wave. I don't give a shit. I'm too much of a small bean to give a fuck, frankly. And plus, I already make my bread and butter. I already got my means of that shit, so it's like, what the fucking harm are you gonna be doing to me? Underwear, basketball net. Nah. I honestly would go hardcore bully mode. I'd like straight up give him some swirlies for sure. There would definitely be some swirlies, but right after that, I'll take that swirlied ass little fucking head of his and just straight up, like, not only get a nice fucking gold mine, but then, like, get a nice good pre-lube and then just right in that fucking ear. It, like, all in one, like, kind of, like, swift motion, too. Have one of my boys fucking make sure one of the lockers are open and shit. And then just shove him in there and then just, like, and then just kind of, you know, walk off. And, you know, if you decide, you know, be like, you stay in there. And if you pop out, you're going to the trash. And granted, he's probably going to pop off because he'll be like, no. And then, yeah, and it's like, oh, well, here we go. So I pop the lid off the trash. I'm like, here you go, bitch. Bloop. Just pop right in there. And I'll make sure I find one that's decently full, too. And got, like, a half-filled, like, Arizona, like, a half-eaten muffin and shit. And just... So, yeah, like, straight... And honestly, that's, like, the least of his concerns. That would just be for, like, you know, the first encounter. I'd be like, see me around again, you know it's gonna be worse. Fucking nerd. Wait until I tell my editor about this! Wait until I tell Igor!
Him 2 weeks later, after cooling down, okay? After he got his money resolved, okay? 2 weeks later. And he's still trying to blame Cherry for it and hold it over Cherry's head. For his channel, his income. This is his money that he made Cherry take care of. And he says, oh, it's your fault because you did it wrong.
bet he was told to kiss ass of his teachers. And not in any way that's positive at all. Because, look, I'm going to be honest, I kind of was too, but not in a way that is like, oh, I'm going to rat kids out and shit. I was, in a sense, like, once I was actually legit really cool with teachers and shit, because, like, when it's like, you kind of recognize when a teacher is cool as fuck, right? And it's like, hey, you can kind of click with them a little. I had a lot, especially in high school, and a couple teachers in elementary school, especially, like, and middle school, too. I mean, I had a lot of great teachers in middle school, too, but, like, I mean, like, there was always, like, at least a few teachers, like, I was like, hey, I'm actually willing to, like, kind of, like, kiss ass to you a little just because you're actually cool. And I like actually kind of, like, hang out with you a little bit because you're actually kind of a cool person a little bit. Because, like, there are, teachers that legit just kind of have a cool vibe. Like, my band director in high school was like that. My genetics biology teacher was like that in high school. Fucking, I had a different elementary school teachers that I actually still, somewhat, will occasionally talk to this day that were fucking awesome. So, I mean, but it would never be like because I'm ratting kids out or some shit. It's always because I actually thought they were kind of cool and actually were, well, good teachers, like just straight up. And actually, in a way, was able to kind of like help with different things if I needed it and shit like that, so. But that's not, I guess, really being a kiss ass, I guess. That's just, I guess at that point, that's just a teacher just being a good teacher, but I mean, but like, I don't know. I guess in a way it kind of can be like that, I suppose, just because like, but I don't know. I mean, I guess in a way I guess I'd be like a soft ass kisser a little bit. Not like a full on one, but just a little bit. If teacher was cool. I have no evidence, but he looks like a kiss ass to me. He, like, well, I would say yes and no. Because I would say yes if it benefits him, in the long run, in the short term, in the immediate, like, if it just benefits him in any way, shape, or form. But at the same time, no, because he wants ass kissers for him. That's why he has this whole, like, little island of sycophants at this point. Like, he has this little, like, Zanny barred out fucking, like, Coconut Island, bro. Like, I mean, so, it's like, on one hand, yes, as long as it kind of helps him get, like, more, like, lifted up. But at the same time, he's willing to fucking drop you like a fucking concrete fucking ball, as soon as it becomes, viable for him. When it comes to that shit, because he's such a backstabber. But also, but at the same time, it's like, that's not really what he wants to be. He doesn't want to be a kiss ass. He wants people to kiss ass him. I bet he'd rat other students out just for chewing gum or something. No, he'd do that if nobody would give him any, which isn't surprising. Oh, well, yeah. He wouldn't necessarily, rat you out for chewing gum, but if he asked for some and you declined, then he would rat you out. That's the type of kiss ass he is. Like, he will be a kiss ass just to fuck you over because you didn't, give him something, that benefited him. That honestly explains it way better than, dude, that is way better than how I was explaining it. I mean, he still wants the ass kissers for him and shit, for sure, but, like, and that part's still true, but that kind of validates that. Because that's a perfect example of what I'm talking about, actually. Because that just puts it perfectly. It's a perfect analogy. Xander. You know what? Hold on. Let me try and do a Xander impression, because it's not that hard to do an impression of him. Hey Terry, can I have some of your gum there, my dude? No, I only have one piece. I'm saving it for later. Oh, dude, that's cringe, man. Hey, yo, Mr. Douchebag! Throw a staple at him. Nah! It's like, hey, he's chewing gum over here, my dude. It's cringe, and it's making me, confused, dude. It's not based, bro. Ugh. I don't listen to enough Xan, so I can't... I feel like I at least kind of got a little bit of like the, kind of like shit out of him. Because, I mean, he kind of does that a little bit. It's like, It almost like kind of like groans or moans or sighs, where it's just kind of like, like he almost like loathes the idea of having to like almost like deal with certain shit. It's like, oh, my chat wants to talk about this because someone commented on it. Here, let me take a vape. Well, Terry. Santa fell asleep. I don't know what happened.
If he didn't have the money to pay Cherry, then he should have said, we're pausing content for now, or I'll edit myself. Or he could have done something that a real human would do, which is that they would say, listen, we're hitting some financial high ground. Do you mind if I pay you in the future? I'm extremely sorry. Okay? Now you'll notice there's nowhere here is there an apology.
I mean, honestly, even if that was the case, they could have been like, hey, I can't do a complete payment at the moment, but I can at least, pay you half your salary at the moment, or however their payment was agreed upon. I think it was, I remember, I think it was like $15 a month. So it was like a $1,500, a month salary, which, honestly ain't terrible. That's about, honestly, a little less than what I'm making. Because on average, I'd probably make about $1,700-800 a month. If it was like salary based, with my wage. So depending on how long I was working, then it might be maybe $2,000, but that just depends on how long I stay at night. Because sometimes I have to stay late and shit. So like, I mean, but that but depending on where you live, it's not terrible. But like for Oregon or Washington, if I'm assuming Cherry also lives in Washington as well, because I know at least given all this, Zan is. I think he lives in Tacoma. So it's just like, yeah, like, I mean, for that's pretty piss poor, honestly, all in all. But because especially when it comes to like sales tax and all sort of shit that Washington has, and being right outside Seattle and Olympia too, like I imagine like it probably is not cheap. So I mean, it's just one of those things where, I mean, honestly, the wage itself is already not even really great. At least when it comes to salary. But, I mean, even if there has to be a pay cut, be like, hey, look, I'll do a back pay, but in the meantime, I have to, do this, for now. I can pay you what I got, or at least what I can give for now. Like, I mean, the thing is, that's what business owners do. Like, because sometimes, yeah, like, as a content creator, you're probably going to have financial aid, because maybe, yeah, this month, like the content didn't really hit as hard, because maybe it's a slow political day or whatever the fuck, this shit happens, sometimes content just doesn't spark, or maybe the algorithm, didn't put it up there as much or whatever the fuck, like there's, there could be different reasons for it. There's, especially as a content creator, is very fucking volatile. That's why it's a very rough industry and it's kind of hard and it's a grind as fuck. I mean, that's why I kind of almost like as being more low key and when I do it, because I don't really gotta worry about that shit. I mean, I prefer to at least maybe make a little side cheddar, but like I said, it's whatever. I mean, I'm at least comfortable enough where it's not like, hey, maybe I should focus more on trying to do that. I mean, it'd be kind of cool, but whatever. It's like it's not a big deal for me right now. At least now. Maybe I might change my mind about that. Be like, okay, well, let's do that. Let's focus more. But for now, it's just, we'll just kind of, like ride the wave for it in the meantime. And, all things considered. Because it's, honestly, I do kind of like the more laissez-faire, kind of laid-back, vibe that, kind of comes with this. But at the same time, I can see the fun in it. Not this drama bullshit part of it, but that's the thing. It's just like to kind of bring it circle with this. Like, why is it? Why are you fucking doing this bullshit where you had a fucking good... Do you realize how much I would love to be in his fucking, like, shoes, honestly? To be like, hey, I can be out of the fucking blue-collar grind. I do got some experience, especially in the contemporary sense. I know how, like, that kind of shit. Like, even if I maybe part-time doing that, like, because honestly, like, even if I was, let's say, in Zan's shoes, in my world, like, maybe still living here, or some shit, and had the connections and all the shit that he did, frankly, I say, fuck my job, maybe I would still maybe work, within the union locally a little bit, or some shit. And also maybe do the part-time doing KJing at the bar and actually, predominantly, make that as my other little side hustle thing. Like, I mean, I would, be able to have, like, multiple different ways of making money at that point. Like, because, the free time would be a lot more, expansive. And frankly, I mean, I already do, like, karaoke KJ streams or not KJ, but, karaoke streams on the fucking Friday, Saturday, so I could incorporate that almost, in a way. So, like, if doing KJ and shit. So, I mean, the endless options for new rules, so to speak, when it comes to, like, artistic expansion, to be able to, like, have a platform like that would be fucking cool. Because I also have other ambitions outside of just chatting people, react to stuff, talking and shit. Like, I got music ambitions as well, because it'd be fun to double down music, make music projects and shit. I know at least some people within, like, the broader spheres with, like, Demon, etc., are musicians and, tend to have a little overlap when it comes to, different music that I also like. It'd be cool to have, like, a music project or two. So, I mean, the idea of, like, this motherfucker burning every bridge, like, I almost am kind of mad at, too, on top of it all, of, like, why are you doing that when you had a good thing going, my dude? Like, seriously. Like, because again, like, I would love the idea of being able to be, like, in his, like, kind of, shoes a little bit. Like, honestly, I'll admit that part, for sure. Because, like, I'd rather just, have an ability and a platform and a career broadly where I can use that to invest and expand into maybe doing broader, just creative production and shit. Whether with this type of shit and on a far more professional level, obviously, and then, or at least at minimal, professional level, like, how a lot of these people do it, and then, like, do music production shit. Because I already have, like, semi-soft, like, connects with some people within the music scene around here. Not strong ones, but, I'm, like, at least acquainted and buddy-buddy with a few people. And my friend is, too, because he's in a metal band and, is in the scene very heavily around here. So it's like I already got those connections. So it's like, and to kind of even combine those two and have that opportunity is also, would be fucking amazing. So, but Zan wants, doesn't think about that kind of shit and how that, even for his own ego, even he could still stroke his own stupid fucking ego and do shit like this and incorporate all these people, even if at the end of the day he still sees him as, a pawn, like a fucking sociopathic fuck. Like, he could still do it in a way that makes him genuinely look like kind of a cool person and a decent person and shit, even if he's still kind of a quirky little rad-lib stoner bro. But no, he's just a sociopathic, abusive fuck and is willing to burn anyone that's willing to fuck on him or even remotely, like, lightly josh on him or even call him out on some shit that he knows he's fucking wrong on. Because fuck, bro. Like, that in itself fucking pissed me off. Because, like, because even if in my shoes, like, if I had an editor, I would, like, make sure it's like, hey, I'll make sure, like, I'm, we have an agreement about payment and stuff, and I'll blame for that. And hey, if I fuck up, remind me, and I'll ensure to rectify that and correct that as soon as possible. And in fact, I'll even add a little extra just because I accidentally goofed. My bad kind of thing. Because that's what a fucking professional, like, business owner would do. Be like, hey, I accidentally fucked up, didn't pay you. Well, here, like, not only here's that back pay and shit that I forgot, but here's a little interest on top of it. Like, I mean, at least, if you're being a gracious business owner about it, and it's like, because that's, honestly what a friend would do, especially, too. Because Cherry was also a friend of Zan, when it comes to this shit. Before she was an editor for Zan as well. And it's like, and this is how he treated her? This is how he treated them. That's fucked. It's like, what kind of, like, who needs enemies when you got friends like those? It's like, holy shit. I mean, like, I just can't fucking fathom it, bro. I mean, a fucking weasel, a greedy little shit, not unable to, willing to, like, pay, an editor who's a close friend of theirs, too. This is like fucking piece of shit. Man, we're just like kind of only halfway there. And also there's even more fun memery too that kind of happens a little later as well. Because we'll go for the other quick little nuke things and have those things, but then we'll go into the extra fun stuff because there's at least a guaranteed 100% like in case it does get deleted thing where it's like, nah, like they backpedal and you can literally see them trying to reframe everything that was going on here. It's also like a weird reacception. You'll see.
I want to show you something else, okay? This is a progression. This is 3 days after that incident, okay? 3 days later, this is a conversation between Cherry and Zan. Cherry says, I have been your #1 supporter for 2.5 years. I'm worried that if I don't agree to this, you're going to hurt me. This is where we start the discussion.
That's ominous. That's freaky. I didn't get a chance to listen to this part when she was doing this shit because, like I said, when I was listening to this, I was kind of like on, at work, so I had to kind of like put my earbud in really quick and tune in for like a minute or two in between everything. Didn't get to this part. What? I've been your #1 supporter for 2.5 years. I'm worried if I don't agree with this, you're going to hurt me. That is almost like a weird, like, that's straight up like a beg and plead kind of thing. And then he just simply says, I'm not Keffels. It's like, that's fucking really says a lot about who he might be, honestly, off his streams. Like, straight up, because I think that's why he's so, like, yeah, I'm just kind of a cold, kind of like, chill stoner bro kind of guy. I think that's honestly why he kind of has that veneer, because behind the scenes, he's very emotionally unstable. Very unstable with this shit.
You're going to hurt me. This is where we start the discussion around the so-called nuke. Xanderhall says, I'm not Keffels. Cherry says, you talk about wanting people to die a lot. Xanderhall says, a lot of people need to die, to be fair.
Which, at least this isn't like the whole death threat thing that, people are referring to. That comes later. And with this, like, whatever. I mean, this is kind of like, somewhat innocuous. I mean, in the sense of like, yeah, I could see that. And honestly, I mean, even I've kind of, probably thrown that take around myself where it's like, yeah, this person probably needs to get like Benito Mussolini or something. In fact, I know I have, so it's like, I mean, yeah, like, people, like that. This is the thing where I'm just like, this is whatever. Like, I think this is the thing where it's, people I think are misconstruing as like the overt death threat stuff, but this isn't what that is. I mean, because it's like, it's one of those things where it wouldn't necessarily raise a red flag if it wasn't for a lot of this weird, repetitive, like, pattern about him. Because frankly, honestly, especially with this screenshot, with this up here, if I don't agree with this, you're going to hurt me. And then later down the line, it's like, yeah, a lot of people just need to die to be at TBF. And Cherry couldn't even say anything else but just, yeah. I don't even think I personally would respond. We're still friends, right? Like, you still want to see my dog and stuff? Like, and just try... This speaks of a dude... This literally speaks of, like, some serial killer shit. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I've seen too much like Iwu, I think. Because, dude, I mean... This speaks of a dude that has probably got, like, a body buried in his fucking, like, basement, bro. Like... And frankly, is he, you want to know another thing that I kind of feel like I'm starting to kind of be reminded of now? Rose, I think you know what I'm about to say. JF. Is he going to have a JF moment? But instead of like it kind of quietly going away with, Mama JF and shit, like, is it going to be like a big bad, like, American boom boom thing?
Cherry says, yeah. Xander Hall says, we're still friends.
I mentioned him earlier. Don't know if you saw. Yeah, maybe I missed it. Yeah, here, I'll go back. Here. I know. Now that I think about it, I think I might have, but I just missed it. I guess I remember reading these, but did I miss it? Yeah, there was that. I just like missed it somehow. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess I did miss this one. I thought I guess I thought I read about it, didn't I? Also, I can't believe I have to say this, but if you're gonna have an intended committed crime, don't tell people, especially about it, especially online. As dumb as JF is, at least he kept his fucking mouth shut. Source of all. Never mind. Yeah, I found it. But yeah, honestly, I mean, well, JF never really completely kept his mouth shut. He kind of weirdly left clues almost, but they were so vague that, you could never really say for certain, like whether, like there's really like merit in it. Like he kept his mouth shut enough, basically. Like he had it shut enough to where like he kind of was damn near bragging about it to where even some of his own, fans were kind of like, be careful, bro. Which honestly, like, kind of implies that I think even some of their fans believe it, but are willing to let it slide just in the hopes that, they can still, have him around and not in prison so they can keep watching him. That'd be my guess. So I don't know. But you never say outright, I'm going to unlock my own what? Yeah, like he never, yeah, exactly. I mean, the closest thing that, you can get to that would be, that stream where he pretty much abruptly ended it when Mama JF almost, walked up, in camera view where she obviously was, holding some, probably one of those undocumented children that he has that is not known to the state at all kind of thing because he's a fucking weird paranoid freak. It's like, I mean, there's just a lot of suspicions, but the thing is, at the end of the day, it's vague enough to where you can't really prove it. And the fuck thing is, that motherfucker probably, honestly, as far as it stands now, is when it comes to that kind of shit, when it comes to JF and Mama JF and that scenario and all that, motherfucker probably legit got away with it. Like, legitimately. Like, I mean, unless, the Canadian police, have been, cooking some shit up, slowly but surely all this time. But I don't know. As an aside, I have to use the term unaligned. Dude, YouTube is so stupid, bro. I just wish that, like, I can have a button or something being like, hey, how, restricted do you want your chat? Not restricted at all. Like, or maybe, like, custom restriction, and then you can, like, add in your own, like, things that you don't want in the chat. Like, if you don't want N-word spams and stuff, right? Like, so, because, if they just let us just do that shit, oh my god, it's... So much of this weird bullshit would just not be a problem, but whatever.
You want to see my dog and stuff.
Just letting the air...
So we're going to take a little pause, okay? Before we go to the next bit. Because what I have coming up next, let me just tell you.
It's the nuke.
But let's listen to Zan for a
The
minute.
TSAR
I wanna
bomba
hear
of
how Zan
bombas.
describes things. I want to hear Zan's words for a second. More of his words, but his words right now when he's in the public and he thinks, and when he doesn't have the truth, around him, when he can just sort of bend things to his will. Let's listen to what Zan had to say today. And by the way, here we go. Just so you know, just in case he tries to claim that this is a bad faith clipping, this is a 4.5 minute clip. 4.5 minutes. Let's see if you can tell me where this is a bad faith clip. Okay? Let's see it. Let's listen.
They're doing the same thing that
Does this guy, like, honestly, like, take showers? Look, I don't take one necessarily every damn day, but at least do one, like at minimal, like, every, like, 2 to 3 days, and then, like, at least every other day, but at least, like, fucking, at least, like, every 3 days at minimal. I mean, especially where I work at, especially if this, like, I mean, this will become, like, really quickly if I just let it just kind of just do its thing and just don't do anything to it. And plus, chicken grease, chicken blood, raw fucking bullshit, and blah, 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 breading and all this other, fucking, like, fryer oil, all this other bullshit. It's like, yeah, like, I mean, it's like, at the very, like, minimal, it really realistically should be every other day, but, sometimes I skip a day. But I at least, do a quick little script. Because, like, because, man, shit builds up, bro. It's gross. It's like, dude, this would be me if I, like, worked at my department without, like, taking a shower for a week.
Keppels did. Well, they're not. It's for one, they're defending Keppels, the people going after.
Is he, like, honestly slowly but surely morphing into a locale? Is that what's happening? Is he gonna? He might even have his eye left to left arc too, because he pretty much doesn't have any friends on the left anymore. So
But on top of that,
Oh yeah? We're defending Keffels. That's a real weird thing. That's really weird. It almost seems like he's trying to create an alternate reality. It's honestly, I'm gonna be completely honest, it's very Trumpian. These are communists. They hate America. These are Keffels lovers. You don't understand.
and I also kind of find it amusing because Zan's gonna take that clip right there and be like, oh, so first she's pedojacking me, comparing me to Epstein, now she's comparing me to Trump. See? And you know what? At this point, this comparison at least is actually, got some fucking merit and worth of shit. So, you know what? Fuck you. Like, how about that, Zan?
Keffels.
At least at this point, it is actually a comparison. And she is comparing you to Trump. So, get fucked. After all, you literally would rather see him. There's a small part of you that'd rather see him win just so he could be I told you so, despite being on that Kamala train. So, are you even, like, for, like, broader liberal ideas, let alone progressive ones or left ideas and shit? Like, come on. Give me a fucking break.
they are doing the thing Keppels did, where they accuse me of.
I might meme about Trump and shit and make jokes about that and stuff. And honestly, was even saying, like, hey, if we keep Biden, he probably is just got a slam dunk, and I don't like that. It's freaky and, like, there was never an element about, even when it came to that, where it's like, oh, yeah, Trump's fine. Like, oh, yeah, I hope he kind of wins because told you so. Because I don't want that. It's kind of like, a bit of a salty, like, kind of gross, cringy thing to kind of feel. It's like, because I don't want that. I don't want that, like, told you so fucking card. Like, if anything, I have the told you so about, like, having, the whole idea of Biden stepping down. Because, like, better late than never, but told you so. We should have been doing that for quite a while, but whatever. Zan, you fucking simp, you fuck. When it came to that shit. Literally being like, Biden's actually fucking great, and I'm tired of pretending that he's not. And it's like, you out of touch fucking freak, dude. It's like, you can't even admit that he's literally, like, slowly but surely, like, becoming mummified Parkinson's dust. It's like, and you're just over there being like, oh, no, he's fine, he's great. He had a little slip-up sometimes. We all do. Like me. It's like, give me a fucking break, dude. It's like, because that rad lib behavior, on top of all this shit, it's just what makes him such a parasitical fucking worm, dude. It's like, because he's just like literally like a liberal version of the temporary embarrassed millionaire instead of a conservative one. Like, it's kind of about, really, is what he is. And a very, like, abusive, sociopathic fuck to boot on top of it.
Like, immature, childish, drama-obsessed. All the while, I'm just doing my own thing, doing my own content, uploading my own videos, ignoring.
Says the guy who is constantly drama baiting everything and starting all this shit. And on top of that, acting like a child behind the scenes, literally having, like, fucking 12-year-old temper tantrums. As a fucking business owner of your fucking content and shit, when it comes to your channel. Like, excuse me, motherfucker? Projection much?
And they're screaming, he's so obsessed with drama! He can't help himself!
Yeah, because you can't, motherfucker. You literally couldn't shut the fuck up even for a goddamn day. And maybe, like, I don't know, fucking digest what Demon Mama had to say for the 9 fucking hours, because there's no way in hell that you were able to digest all that shit, that she was able, that she was, saying. So instead of, like, maybe make it like a stream, like that's like a multi-part thing. It's like, hey, on Thursday and Friday, we'll, like, do a multi-part thing where we'll check out, this whole thing that she did. We'll check out her stream directly, blah, blah, blah. We'll even maybe, like, at least go to more, like, meritable timestamps and shit, skip the ones where it's like a bathroom break or something. It's like, I mean, it's like, he could do that, and honestly, and just like, and fucking be like, oh, well, hey, I disagree with this, and, honestly, I feel like, you're not, completely correct about that, blah, 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 whatever, but no, he right off the bat is just like, oh, no, they just want to be like, obsessed with this idea that I'm just like, start drama stuff and say I'm drama obsessed. It's not me starting all this shit. No. Proceeds to instigate and start more drama and more bullshit and burn more fucking bridges and show how much of a parasitical fuck you are and how much of a rat you are to everybody, showing your fucking ass. And for fucking what? Like, what the fuck does this motherfucker think he's gonna gain out of any of this? Like, cause, I mean, this is what, I kind of should, like, put, like, Husky Vindication, parentheses, in that thing, but I did not know how long I can make the title, but holy shit, cause I had some, frankly hot take assumptions about this kid, and I feel like it's just vindication every time, like, I hear every fucking weird little bullshit syllable that comes out of his fucking mouth.
So as long as I just don't get...
Dan, he really thought that was a zinger. He really thought that was a killer.
If that's, a banger to him, then, oh my god, I would love to see him do stand-up just so I can see him get fucking heckled and roasted right off that stage. While telling everyone, it's like, yeah, you don't understand true comedy because you're a bunch of fucking cringe normies. Unbased law, and just walk off or some shit, pretending he owned them or something. Dude, I want to see it. Go to a fucking random, like, open mic stand-up fucking comedy club at fucking, Tacoma or some shit, and do some stand-up and see if you get some fucking zingers, bro. I'd love to see it, because you would get heckled so quick. I'm not saying I would do good either, by the way. Unless I, like, at least, maybe practice and put, like, some actual effort to it. But I'm not, a comedian unless I'm just kind of doing this shit, but, like, I mean, to do an actual, like, stand-up routine, that's a whole different ball game. So it's like, but hey, I honestly would probably do better than his ass. I will grant that. I wouldn't necessarily do great, but I'd probably do better than him. I probably would at least get a few little quips and shit.
Bro, oh, the cringe
involved. I mean,
depending on, like, how I made my set, I guess,
Sorry to bring up more drama, but someone said on Twitter that you didn't pay Cherry. Yeah, that was the new drama of the day. I'm imagining that as we, like, days go by and this continues to not get anywhere because they're just making shit.
Not getting anywhere, huh?
And just making shit up, huh? Just kind of paused it a little bit near the end there, but making shit up, huh? I might make a little bit of shit up here and there, but mostly just as, like, for Josh's sake. But really, honestly, at this point, I'm just fucking on him. Like, when it comes to that. It's more of not just joshing. Like, honestly, for me, at this point, like, as far as I care, from here on out, like, if I kind of fuck on Vosh a little bit, for example, that's joshing. Like, at this point. Like, I'm just kind of joshing him now at this rate. You know, like, when it comes to his takes. Like, at this point, this is a fuck on. I mean, well, it doesn't even need to be anymore. She already did it, but I'm just here to just fuck on the damage and be like, look at all this. Look at the craters upon the island of Zan. The island of Zanny bars and fucking stoner vapes.
Right now, we have about 3 or 4 times your peak concurrent viewers of your stream.
And leave it to a stoner to look at another stoner, bro, and be like, dude, you're cringe, fuck off with your weird bullshit. Like, when it comes to that, bro, like, goddamn. I mean, because I feel like, I don't even know. Like, like, when people, like, you know, bitch and complain about, like, him vaping or smoking weed or whatever, it's like, when it comes to him specifically, I'm like, you know what? It's just because it's him. Like, I mean, you know, because frankly, I mean, like, I honestly, there's been so many content creators that will actually, like, you know, smoke weed for streams and stuff like that. You know, well, maybe not, like, for them, but, you know, they'll just have it innocuously there or some shit, kind of like I do. And for a lot of people, it's probably second nature of, like, oh, there's a joint. You know, or something. But, like, for him, it's almost kind of like oh, yeah, I'm doing my vape, bro. And also, you don't, like, suckle in like you're a fucking gulper fish or some shit, trying to, like, you know, get some goddamn, like, prawn or something, bro. Like, I mean, it's like, even, like, when it comes to, like, you know, trying to be a stoner, bro, he does it wrong, and he will never own it. It's like, it'd be so annoying at the fucking, you know, smoke circle, dude. He would be the most annoying fuck ever. He would actually be, like, the first dude to probably, like, get me enraged, you know, while high as fuck.
Watching the truth be exposed right now. And in the coming days, I'm sure that all the people in this
I mean, I guess he's not really enraging me. He's just kind of like, you know, just kind of pissing me off with his bullshit. But like I said, we're just having a little fun goofing out.
We're going to spread this far and wide, as they should.
Yeah. I'm doing my part, I guess.
We'll see. Let's take a gamble on that, Zan. You think this is going to go nowhere?
Up about me, they're just going to continue to make more and more insane claims. But for those that don't know, I really don't want to shit talk Cherry, because, like, I don't even really like talking about Cherry.
Proceeds to continue to shit talk her, and fuck on her, and fuck on him, and fuck everybody, basically, that lifted you up to this fucking point. Fuck you.
Because they're not really a public figure. But when Cherry first started working...
Fucking stealing their wages, fucking, you know, like, you know, taking their money, like a little greedy fat cat, and giving no thanks or even, you know, anything back to them. Or even, like, you know, some sort of a fucking thanks or anything. Nothing. You greedy little fucking parasitical shit.
I was in the midst of a strike on YouTube. It was actually, like, I think my 20...
Yeah, good for you. Yeah, hey, a lot of channels have to deal with that too, like mine. And honestly, I freaked out about that a little bit, mainly because, like, not really for this shit specifically, but for, you know, when I upload, like, you know, live footage and stuff like that, when it comes to, like, shows I go to. Especially, like, a lot of local shows, like, you know, different local bands around here, you know? So it's like, I mean, you know, that's what I was kind of freaking out about, especially when it came to, you know, me dealing with strikes. And a lot of it was just kind of at random, you know, frankly, because it was, like, you know, from streams from, like, literally, like, 5 years ago or some shit. I was just like, what? I mean, some of them, you know, YouTube got on pretty quick in reverse, but a couple of them stuck on there for a minute. It was just like, what the fuck? Then shortly after that, you know, YouTube was like, yeah, now we're just going to throttle you. So I ended up being on Instagram for a minute. Which I actually haven't been over there in a while, so maybe I might, you know, do a little live there in the future, you know, pretty soon just for the fuck of it. Just kind of see what's going on in that neck of the woods.
Birthday, like, I got a strike from YouTube for my 22nd birthday.
I see what he means.
And at the time, I was doing a live stream.
Oh, birthday boy. Got a strike on your birthday, which, by the way, no, you didn't, because I was, like, in the fall, not in July, you fuck.
Minecraft event.
Which, by the way, this is actually a point where he's using the, oh, I'm a birthday boy kind of fucking thing as an excuse. Because I actually do kind of remember that, because at least around in this time, I was actually kind of watching Xan a little bit. I do remember that strike being around during the fall. Like, I don't exactly remember, but it was like either November or like September. It was like leading up to the fall, or it just became fall basically.
Of Tropicraft, and Sherry was in my DMs after that event asking to work for me as an editor.
Oh, damn, weird how that works. Weird how it's always on his birthday. Everything bad always happens on his poor birthday. It's on my birthday. This is the kind of thing that only a true stupid child thinks is compelling. Like, just tell me right now, real quick, just give me a show of hands in chat. Do you think it's compelling when someone tries to excuse their rotten behavior by constantly invoking their fucking birthday? Do you think so? Just let me yes or no. Let me know in chat.
No.
I could have the editor work for me as like a thing on their resume because they might want to pursue future, deeper like editing work for bigger institutions, bigger whatever, right? And I was like, well,
Is that like a weird unintentional projection and self-admittance? Because it says a lot more about you, considering that you're obviously getting paid by Progressive Victory and shit, and at least in that way, a straight up grifter. Because you're basically at least framing your content based off of like the salary that is given to you by them, because you push in a certain message that obviously that they're willing to pay you for. So there's that. Oh, but you also can't pay fucking Sherry either, by the way. When it comes to that too. So it's like, go fuck yourself.
Really afford to pay an editor, and I don't like the idea of having an editor.
Yeah, you can. And honestly, and you have one now. So what the fuck are you talking? Wait, now you're throwing your own editor to little Igor Ethan bitch boy under the bus? And now you're throwing his ass under the bus? Being like, oh, I don't even really like having him as an editor. Oh, if I love the idea of having to do work, but if I could just do everything myself on a whim and just magically let it be, then yes, I'll just let it be so. It's like, what? Like, what? Oh my god. Like, I swear, this kid literally wishes he could be like a Musk or some shit, bro. I swear, like, I bet he, like, secretly actually kind of, like, looks up to Musk, as being, like, this rich kid, billionaire fuckboy, basically, and being like, yeah, being able to pretty much do whatever the fuck he wants, and have very little to no repercussions, despite whatever drama happens around it. Oh my god, that's another motherfucker that, kind of reminds me of, Zan now that I think about it. Oh, dude, that actually validates the whole idea of him being, temporarily embarrassed millionaire and shit. Because there's honestly kind of like some Elon Musk-like behavior of this shit now that I'm thinking about it.
Because at the time, you gotta remember, I was with Lonnie and she was pilfering money from my accounts. So I really didn't have money to pay an editor. So I was like, I don't like that idea, but maybe you can ask me some other time when things are a little better, but I'm in the midst of a strike and I'm not in a good place financially. Jerry's like, no, it's fine. You can pay me when you're able to. I was like, okay. And so that's what we did.
That makes Cherry look good, and you look like an unappreciative asshole.
Yeah, even... Honestly, it's like, that's supposed to make him look good? Like, she was being appreciative, being like, hey, you don't have to pay me immediately, we can, agree on a back pay, plan and stuff like that, that's fine. Like, I mean... I love all the characteristics that we've been able to put on him. First I said Crowder, then Boogie, and now you're saying Elon. I know, dude! They were just throwing all the fucking pieces of shit on him. I know. Dude, for real, bro. Well, and also Demon Mama said Trumpian with Trump. So it's Crowder, Boogie, Demon Mama said Trump, and now I'm saying Elon. Dude, oh my god. It's just going down the list. See, this is why we're here. This is why I knew this was going to at least be a little fun, because I knew I was going to at least get a belly laugh or two from this. As like, I don't really got, like, fundamentally any skin in the game, really, in any of this. I already kind of have my, like, gripes with this kid, but just to kind of see this, the TSAR BOMBA'S, let alone a TSAR bomba, being, like, dropped, it's like... Whoa. I mean, I kind of almost can't help but at least, like, look at this, because I'm kind of, like, weird. I just kind of feel like, hey, I was right about him. So, hey, I just want to, it's like, Yeah, and to kind of bring it in that weird political side of things when it comes to like Kamala Trump's like when it comes to Republicans, Democrats, when it comes to the momentum and shit. All right, like the momentum is kind of like for the left slash Democrats, progressives, etc. Like for a while, it's like oh fuck, and now it's like at least for the ones who have brains and aren't pieces of shit, backstabby fucks. Like we're all just kind of like riding the wave. And, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, Republicans or a lot of these grifty fucks, they're all going like, oh, fuck. And that just makes me feel more like, riding the wave, I was right. It's like, you know, like, that's why we're kind of having a little fun. That's why off and on last night we were looking at SpongeBobby with, you know, the labor episode. And, you know, and then with this, you know, we're just having some fun. Because there were some stuff I could have, you know, looked into, but D Mama had to drop the TSAR BOMBA'S, bro. She dropped the TSAR BOMBA'S, and I was like, fuck. And the radiation has spread to the point where the likes of the Quarterine and all these other spheres, TJ, like, it's made the waves now. And to see it in real time was even more wild, or at least for the most part. It was just like, holy shit.
Crazy, right? Let's think back. Do we all remember the fuck, you fucking fuck, it's your fault? You're the one who's ruined me. I'll tell everyone that it was you who ruined me. And now Zan's retelling the beginning as if it makes him look good. Cherry said, look, bro, I believe in your show. I believe in what you have. I'll work until you can pay me. Okay? You can pay me in the future. This demonstrates, by the way, that Cherry is abundantly kind, abundantly patient, abundantly generous, and was in it for the love of Zan's show.
He didn't give a fuck about it.
Xerox says Zan's content got 1,000 times better when Cherry was on board. Yeah, because it's Cherry's content, functionally. Cherry planned everything for him. Gives him a little file that tells him how to do...
Oof. Damn. Burn. That's a burn right there. Ouch. It's like, yeah, because it was her content functionally. Oof. Oof. Oh. Need some ointment for that. Even I need some ointment because I got like some radiation burns off of that one. Oh. I dropped the food links. Oh my god, that looks dude. Don't show me that right. Oh god, that. Those look good too. But that right there. Oh my god. That right there though. I want to eat that.
What he needs to do each day. He fucking slogs himself out of bed, maybe showers if we're lucky, maybe wipes his ass.
Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Did she just like roast the fuck out of him so hard right there? Holy shit, hold on, oh my god, okay. Holy fuck, okay, hold on. What?
For him. Gives him a little file that tells him what he needs to do each day. He fucking slogs himself out of bed, maybe showers if we're lucky, maybe wipes his ass.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I like how unconfident that maybe was. I mean, honestly, I think that just like made it even more funnier. Because, I mean, dude, even I was commenting on that even before she was. Like, because I swear, this was like at least one of the parts where I didn't get a chance to tune into. So it's like, I mean, but she obviously, like, just, I mean, I just trust her gumption, especially. And hey, you know what? Just validates, I think, me a little bit. Maybe as in probably doesn't. Yeah. Like, because honestly, I mean, look at him, bro. What's going on there? What the fuck is that? Like, you can't get, like, a good conditioner or some shit? Like, bruh, look. The reason why I got, like, weird little flibbies here is because, like, when I brush this shit, sometimes, you know, you get, like, hair that just, like, conglomerates, you know, on your brush, alright? But what's your excuse, bro? I got long-ass hair, and sometimes, you know, shit clings to the fucking brush. What is this? And what is this weird little, like... Like... My lord, man.
The first 3 months or so, Cherry edited pretty minor, like not a ton
God
of
damn
stuff.
it, come on.
Oh, Cherry, we haven't got to that one quite yet. But just for the future note, everybody.
Xander strikes me as the kind of person who would try to sell life insurance at a funeral. Yeah, start selling life insurance to everybody at a funeral, dude. Dude, oh my
I'm not
god.
sticking around right now, but I want to clarify. Zan claims he paid for my tooth surgery. I literally yesterday scheduled my appointment to get that surgery done. He's either lying or trying to confuse it for a completely different time when he helped me once with my bills. Good to know. We'll keep that in mind for when he brings it up. Wolfgar says, Zan is currently talking to some YouTuber named RK Live. Who's RK? Who is this person?
This is editor.
Oh, this is Ethan. This is his employee. This is his goddamn employee. Who cares? This is mad.
Yeah, it's literally a circle jerk. It was a circle jerk.
Yeah, who would have thought when Zan goes, Igor, quickly, we're having a crisis. I said on stream a bunch of lies and that this wouldn't go anywhere. Quickly, Igor, let's go. We need to make some propaganda quickly. And then Igor was like, yes, Sandra, yes.
You can go back and look at how freak
Banana papaya.
because he uploads over back, and you can see that's how much like Jerry was doing. And then as soon as things started to steady out and the strike went away and income kind of recovered from the suppression YouTube puts on your channel, I just immediately started paying.
I love how, like, when Santa in the stream, while she was doing this, he immediately goes over to where his editor is streaming and be like, oh yeah, so here, let me cope. And let me just, like, get circle jerked with you, my friend, yeah. Quick, we must, like, frame this in a way that makes this look all completely innocent. It's like, oh my god, bro.
Started at $1,500 a month. Mind you, there were no bills or anything for them to pay. And on top of that, I didn't...
So yeah, there was that point about the $1,500 a month that was mentioned from earlier about the whole, like, when it came to the wage step bullshit that he was doing. It's like, and honestly, for Washington, that is, like, not exactly a great wage anyway. But it's like, what? I mean, especially considering, like, the various different levels of income with the Patreon that you got, probably monetization, you know, via YouTube as well, and Super Chats, and, you know, with Progressive Victory fucking paying your ass. It's like, dude, you could afford that. It's like, and be able to at least, you know, get some groceries and, you know, pay the bills for yourself, too. Would you be, like, you know, living high and mighty like a fucking, you know, wannabe billionaire or some shit? No. But, hey, I mean, everyone would be making a living, wouldn't they? It's like, you fucking little warm bag little son of a bitch. I still, like, that's the one thing that really does grind my gears the most. It's that shit. It's like, oh yeah, like, you know, willing to fucking scalp your fucking editors and rather have a sycophant that you could probably fuck over a little bit anyway because, oh, he's your close friend anyway, so, you know, he expects to not be completely paid all the time. You know, you can probably fuck around with that shit, and he probably sucks it up like a good little bitch boy cum dumpster anyway. And so, you know, you probably got, like, you know, a fucking Stockholm Syndrome-based fucking abusive relationship with that motherfucker, and he doesn't even realize it. You know what? Fuck him anyway, because he's willing to, like, you know, aid you and be your yes man every step of the way, so who gives a fuck about his ass?
Pay for...
I literally only know him as his editor, and I didn't even know he made content himself up until, you know, she popped in on her, you know, on their stream, and then there was, like, a react section and shit.
Just salary to Cherry. I also paid for things when it was like an emergency, kind of out of pocket. Most notably, the thing that comes to mind right away is there was a problem with Cherry's tooth, probably I think a molar, that was bothering them pretty.
So this is just not true.
Oh shit! And Cherry did mention about, like, you know, how that is a fucking lie. He helped pay some of her bills, but not, like, anything when it came to, like, no tooth bullshit, because she's literally concurrently dealing with that now and just scheduled that appointment from earlier today. You know, or, you know, maybe for some people, maybe from yesterday. But either way, it's just like, that's just a straight fucking lie. And there's just no merit of truth in that. Another example of being a two-faced little fucking rat.
He did not pay.
And he always has this, like, little, like... Yeah, he has this... like, every time I pause on him, he always has this look on him, dude. Like, where he just kind of has this, like, weird sneer almost on his face. Like... almost kind of like this, like... It's like, there's... Man, like, he is just, like, really got some sociopath tendencies as fuck. Like, straight up, dude. Because he always has, like, this look, this weird, cold, calculative, like, emotionless, expressionless, like, kind of thing about him. He'll, like, bring it up just to maybe do a little thing, you know, be like, oh my god, look, he's all drama assist, you know, like he was doing for her. Like, he'll, like, bring it up and try to conjure some energy to do that, but you can tell that, like, it's only either an act or, you know, he only reserves it so he can unleash on a motherfucker because, you know, they wronged him in some way. At least behind the scenes. But when it comes to his public face, he is a very cold, calculative, sociopathic looking motherfucker, dude. He always got, like, this look of, like, how he's gonna, like, you know, try to, like, frame, you know, the next, you know, thing he's gonna say. He always has, like, you know, something cooking in his head about how he's gonna, like, twist some shit. Like a fucking viper.
Cherry just came in to confirm that this is not the case. And in fact,
Actually, that's disrespectful to vipers. More like a fucking flea.
So, he's just a liar.
Frequently, I don't know if you guys have ever had, like, jaw or tooth pain, like an infection or something. It's apparently awful. Very bad. Like, it's apparently miserable.
Hey, by the way, it's really funny.
Apparently awful? What, you never had one before there, bud?
He's trying to flex how nice of a person he is, and yet he seems to totally forget all the times that Cherry fronted money for him, that I fronted money for him, that I drove down and helped him, that fucking Vosh fronted money for him. This guy's had his ass saved 1,000 times, and now he's like, oh yeah, I helped my employee with a bill once. That makes it okay for me to scream and berate them. Cherry's pronouns are she, they, yes.
And so I think I paid for...
Piece of shit already well shitty, but people simp for them or somehow even worse. For the longest time I didn't. You know why? But I think not to vote Gollins Law, and I'm not, but St. Sanders... Okay, I didn't think that was gonna go. I didn't think that's where it was gonna go. Okay, hold on. Oh my god. Okay, I did not think that's where you were gonna go with it, but okay, alright. Your words, not mine. I'm just putting that right out there, okay? Like, holy shit. Because he was actually successful for a little while, which, I mean, okay, let's not give him too much credit. But could also have those done what he did if there weren't a plethora of people who support him and still support his crimes. Yeah, I mean, if there weren't a plethora of people, then no, I don't think he would, because he was already kind of in prison, you know, at one point. I mean, the state did, at least when it came to Adolf, like, they did try to lock him up. In a way, I guess you could argue that was kind of a galvanization for him in a way, but, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's like, I mean, if he wasn't, like, the charismatic, you know, character that he was, and tapped into that kind of shit, you know, and just didn't have that support, then, yeah, he wouldn't be able to fucking get away with the shit that he couldn't even get close. It would just be seen as like a hardcore fucking radical ultra-nationalist extremist type, and would have just been jailed off for attempting like the putsch or some shit, you know, so. I mean, honestly, realistically, that's probably about at best as far as he would go, you know, in that case.
All of the procedure, if I'm not mistaken.
The same way it was good. It was about, so, but in terms of intended goals to accomplish, you know, well, yeah, I mean, he succeeded, yeah, but the thing is, he had charisma, good charisma, like in a sense of like for the right reasons. Fuck no, for the worst reasons possible, obviously, but he obviously he had charisma. I mean, he galvanized people in some way. I mean, and the charisma was part of that. I mean. And he used that charisma to scapegoat people, you know, into thinking that, like, the problem was, you know, the Jews or the Slavs and this and that, and, you know, all that shit, you know? So, obviously, you know, the motives were fucking horrible and heinous, but it's just like, when it came to at least getting those goals done, yeah, he got it done. Well, tried. But the entire world, you know, for at least a short moment in that, we're like, is he actually serious? I guess he is a little bit. That's not good. That's not good. Oh, they're attacking us? Oh, fuck. Oh, wait, what? It's like, yeah, no shit. You should have stopped it the first time. It's like fucking digital chambering ass motherfuckers, you know? So it's like, I mean, if anything, the complacency of like the, you know, neoliberal establishment of that time is kind of what led to him to be so emboldened and kind of ride that success, at least for that time. I mean, honestly, that kind of plays a lot more of a role with, well, if Biden was still running, thank fuck he ain't, but like, you know, I think if that argument was still in place, I think honestly, like, there'd be a little bit more of a parallel with that, you know, just, you know, with national politics here, but thank fuck, I guess that ain't the case anymore, but at least for now. But at least, you know, and but with this case, with this motherfucker here, with this kid, I mean, frankly, it's like, at least when it comes to just charisma alone, this motherfucker wishes he had that charisma. I mean, like, because he really isn't. He's not charismatic at all. Like, you know, I'm a little stoner bro that does this shit as a hobby, like I said, you know, but at least I got a little charisma. Like, I mean, I'm a blue collar fucking worker. I've talked with people. I talked with, like, normies and, like, politically astute people alike and shit. You know, so it's like, and, you know, whether on the ionosphere or in person at the bars, a place like I mean, it, you know, like, it's not, I'm not no stranger to shit like that. In fact, I actually kind of have like a little in-stream, you know, like, you know, one foot in both doors kind of thing with that. You know, like, so, I mean, it's not hard to, like, you know, like, talk that shit with people or, like, you know, hash this shit out or any of this. But it's like, he can't fucking get any of it. Can't understand any of that shit. Is unable to at least, like, have a basic fucking, you know, conversation without trying to be, like, the moral, intellectual superior in the fucking room or any of that. Like, he can't just do any of that shit. I mean, it's like, I mean, because honestly, like I said, even for, you know, like, Vosh's case, like, I think he's at least capable of, like, going out in public and talking with people. Does he like to do it a lot? No, he even likes to say he likes to kind of, you know, stay home and shit. Which, whatever. I mean, sometimes I like to too, but there's a reason why I like to be a regular at the fucking bar I like to go to, because I also, you know, value and like that social experience of doing shit like that too. So it's like, fuck. I mean, there's value and importance to that. It's called, there's a reason why touching grass is not, is something that people tell others when it's like, yo, you're kind of terminating online, touch grass. There's a reason why people say that. Because that type of shit is touching grass. America became whooped as shit stash ass with a little help from Russia, but we don't talk about that. Yeah. What really happened was the Allied forces were getting their butts whooped, and then we're all like, look, you fucking pansy, this is how you do it. D-Day was all took one day. Them sauerkrauts were crying like little bitches. I mean, in a weird way, that's kind of like how I feel like Zan would perceive it. It's like, yeah, maybe there's kernel of truth to it, but that's not how it all completely played out. And the only reason why we even got involved in the first place was because Japan, you know, fucking decided to bomb Pearl Harbor. Because realistically, we're kind of, you know, being heavily isolationist, and even FDR was, you know, kind of the same way. So it was literally Pearl Harbor that really changed that position, in that opinion. And even then, there was still, like, staunch, you know, isolationists, you know, anti-war, you know, activists and shit, you know, during that time. Be like, yeah, they did that, but we shouldn't be in the whole war. We shouldn't be in Europe. Japan, you know, but, you know, everything else, no. They make the excuse for Japan because they directly attacked us, kind of thing. But they wanted to make it, like, literally be like, yeah, no, just Japan. And even then, some of them argued about that too, and they infighted around that as well. It was like, I mean, it's like, man, if there was ever a time where America could start whooping some ass, it's probably, you know, World War II. There's flaws with that shit still, but fuck. I mean, better than Nazi dictatorship globally and around the fucking world where everyone's speaking Aryan German or some fucking shit. So I don't know. I'd rather take the world we're in now where the Nazis are defeated, at least as a fucking Third Reich state or whatever the fuck, versus, what that would look like. So honestly, in an alternate universe, it would be actually kind of fucked up if, like, technically, if the Germans won World War II was actually the better timeline because, like, half the world rose up and, like, did, like, massive proletariat revolution or some shit. Like, honestly, it would be kind of fucked up if actually, like, that timeline was better, technically, just because, like, there was a massive, horrible hiccup because that would be kind of fucked, honestly. It's like, yeah, Nazi defeated this timeline, but it's technically the worst timeline. It's like, wait, what? No! That would be fucked. If, like, the multiverse is a thing, and I swear to God, if that actually is, like, a timeline out there, I'm gonna be mad. Because, like, God damn it, we could have had a better one because we could have defeated Nazis even harder because they, they rode a wave, but it's like, nah, bitch, and got fucked, and then it's like, we literally are in, like, Utopia flying car, fucking, colonizing goddamn fucking Alpha Centauri, right now, or something. It's like, nope, we don't get that. It's like, fuck. Maybe there is a point to that accelerationist argument. Maybe there is a point to, like, well, could have told you so if Trump would. Maybe it's a good point. I'm just kidding, by the way. That's satire. He doesn't got a point. He's a fucking bitch. And obviously, I'm just memeing. I'm pretty sure the alternate timeline, that I'm talking about doesn't exist.
I would love to.
German's are such a weird language. Just sounding like you're yelling when you're just trying to say hello. Well, it's actually almost the same thing. It's hello. I mean, that's just it. Hello. It's like, instead of an E, it's an A. Pretty much. I mean, it's Germanic. So, I mean, honestly, because, like, Scandinavian languages are the same way about it. It's either that, or also you're kind of like, it's either like a language of anger of like, oh god, das Schreiblichen Flaggen go flugen auf Eist. Or it's like, oh, Isavako Ushmunagen. It's almost like either very angry or like you're trying to seduce me. So it's like, I feel like there's pretty much very little in between. Sorry to start my American acceptance mark. It's the greatest country ever, and we can do no wrong. Oh god, here we go. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh.
Logs of this, but after just randomly messaging me on my birthday...
It's either anger or sinister with no in between. Well, there's also the, like, there's also kind of like the seductive, like, way of doing it. Like, it's either one or the other. There's also Germans are fucking sexual deviant fucks, too. So, there has to be something to it, because, they can't just be like, oh, yeah, du musst doch sucker sie kochen! Like, they can't be, like, mad about it. This still sounds kind of sinister to me. Yeah, I guess you're kind of right. Expect to be in, like, full, like, leather, with a whip, and be like, oh, that's just been a bad boy, y'all. Yeah, you're kind of right. Yeah, I see it. That I also kind of accidentally maybe, kind of got oddly specific about it. I probably did, but you know what? That's, up for you to decide.
Out of nowhere, mind you, me and Cherry have been friendly for months and months. Out of nowhere, when Demon Mama starts her birthday stream on me, Cherry sends me an angry message, says I'm blocking...
Off to the boy, you know what, here. Let's get to the nuke. The nuke. Where is it? Oh, wait, hold on. I know it. Yeah. I know it's going to be right. Boom, there. And in fact, let's actually go like 30 seconds back. Or 35 seconds back. Get a little slight lead up to the nuke. And then we can at least have a little fun kind of simping around, his weird cope stream that he did afterwards. But then, we can move on from there. Because honestly, I want to at least show this off because, man, a lot of people have actually been kind of highlighting this part. Like, because actually, it's weirdly enough, like, I started getting recommended a lot of streams from, like, different people that were reacting to this pretty much while they were streaming, but started seeing this, and because other people started, going to their chats and stuff, and you're like, yo, this is happening? And they're like, wait, what? Because, they might know Dear Mama or Zan or both. And they start reacting to it. Like, Preston Sunday was doing it. I think Riverboat Jack was doing it. Who else? Fuck. I think, it's not public domain. Who is it? Fucking... What's her name? Shit. I forgot her name. No. Well, I mean, honestly, there's at least like one or two others that I'm kind of forgetting right off the top of my head. But I was just like, everybody started like tuning in, being like, "What?" and like popping in and actually kind of looking at what's going on because of just how explosive, like, and quickly this got. Because even I didn't really even expect it. Like I said, from earlier, because it's like this. Because I mean. Like, this shit had to have been bubbling up for it, because obviously it was, for quite a long time, for Dear Mom to say, you know what, fuck it, basically. I mean, be like, hey, I'm fairly, connected with, a lot of people, and still friends with a lot of people that formerly were friends with him, and I'm gonna, ask some of them, it's like, you know what, it's alright if I, talk about it, and they're like, you know what, yeah, in fact, here's honestly our receipts when it comes to some of this shit. Sherry showed hers, and all that other shit. And it's like, yeah. I mean, at that point, you got the free reign, and when you are unable to fucking just own up to your shit and just humble yourself and just fucking do a little soul searching or some shit and realize, yeah, maybe, I went a little overboard or whatever, like, I mean, this never would have happened. And the funny thing is, like, when it came to, like, he always wants to, because he already mentioned it a few times, he always wants to bring us back to Keffels. And she's got a lot of problems. I don't really like her that much either, myself personally, but he always wants to bring it back to her and, almost like, scapegoat her and be like, oh no, they're all trying to defend her almost. And, like, bring it back to that, like some 8-month-old bullshit, because he started that shit and, like, is consistently trying to egg it on over and over again, and then fuck everyone else over, and then start taking pot shots and start stabbing him in the back, just because you haven't talked with him in a few months, and because, like, oh, they are Trump supporters because they want, like, are very critical of Biden, rightfully so, too, and now you want to make it a personal bullshit thing, and a drama farmer, little parasite leech like you wants to fucking start bullshit because you need a little few extra views. So give me a break. What a fucking little flea.
Sock dem liberal Xanderhall here. Do I really owe someone money if they
He's barely socked him at this point. I mean, he really is starting to kind of feel like he's, like, going back into his conservative shit. Because how he kind of popped off was like, oh, I left the alt-right and blah, blah, blah. And, like, made a whole, like, video about that. I kind of remember how he popped off and, kind of, got into the sphere a little bit. And it's like, did you really leave? Or were you just riding a wave because you knew he'd get you fucking clout? You sociopathic, little solipsistic, everything revolves around me, greaseball little Xanderhall over here. It's like, give me a fucking break, bro. It's like, I honestly, question whether you were ever progressive or lefty or anything like that in the first place, you little bitch. I'm honestly kind of starting to get convinced you're still kind of conservative deep down and you just don't want to honestly, like, admit any of that shit, and you're at least smart enough to keep that shit, very tight to your fucking chest. But hey, seems like it's starting to slip. And you know what? I'm old to call that. you know, at least when it comes to my 2 cents, I'm willing to call that this motherfucker's still conservative and he's gonna do his like the left kind of thing and frame it that like, oh, everyone burnt bridges with me, so I'm not, you know, part of this whole left thing anymore. So, you know, I guess I'm just gonna kind of like be like some enlightened centrist shit. That's how we'll start, dude. It's gonna be like some enlightened centrism bullshit. That's how we'll start. And mark my fucking words, he will slowly but surely go right back into the fucking right. Because I don't think he ever left. He's just trying to find an out now. Like, he's got enough of a basic foundation, you know, to where, you know, especially conservatively type people might, you know, recognize him and know his name and shit. And they will certainly be like, you know, because they're grifter fucking piece of shit too. They'll welcome him with open arms. They'll be like, oh, you've changed your ways. You've enlightened yourself. Like, he's finding a fucking out right now. That's what's going on. He's finding a fucking out. You know, so he can start being a conservative. It shows true cards to everybody again. Little fuck, dude. A little conservative, a little right-wing, a little rat. Like a fucking little bitch, dude. He may not be far right, but he's at least like, you know, like a Joe Manchin right at best. Like Joe Biden rightist, you know, and conservative type. But at worst, he's probably like, you know, going to do like some weird ass fucking like enlightened centrist Bill Maher style conservatism or some shit. Like, it's going to be something like that. Straight up. He's just trying to find his out right now and start doing some enlightened centrist, bro, kind of bullshit. Like, this is the arc, dude. It's going to be enlightened centrist Xanarch.
After they did literal years of work, some of which I openly admit was unpaid.
Not that I give a fuck about it. Like, after this, like, yeah, I'm done talking about him. You know, like, this will be like the OD and, you know, kind of, you know, injected into the veins shit. But mark my words, if it happenstance ever gets, you know, get brought up again, I guarantee you it's going to be because he's an enlightened centrist or he made a I left a left vid or some shit. It's going to be something like that. And then also I'm just going to react to it just to be like, told you so. Because frankly, a lot of my assumptions about this little prick have been pretty correct. And if anything, have actually been a little undermined because if anything, he's worse than I thought.
Multiple months when it was hard for me and they kept working.
Does not like owing peeps money. I
this
do
dude's
not.
actually
I don't
fucking
even like
psychotic.
taking a service or anything from people without payment. Because then I got that rumble in my tumble all the time of like, I owe someone something. My debts are not paid.
Yeah, they're
Not
not.
to mention, I've got...
Alright, everybody. I've had enough of his bullshit. Haven't you? I want to show you. I want to show you just how far it got. Okay? Just so you understand. Okay? Truly, how far it got. Okay?
The TSAR bomba is about to drop, bro. You know what? Hold up. I know, like, I know the TSAR bomba test footage is actually a thing that you can see. Yeah, it's right there. Cool. Here, hold up. I need it on the ready.
Let me just get these open real quick.
Yep.
These were screenshots taken in the midst of this drama, in the midst of him wanting to nuke Keffels over a fight that he started, okay? All right? And I want you to understand, when all of us, when me, Cherry, White Nervosa, and everyone else tell you that Xanderhall had lost his goddamn mind, was freaking out on everyone, this should be the definitive proof for you, okay? I'm serious. And if none of the other things are convincing for you, I hope this will be. Let's take a look. From December 17th, 2023. I hate all of them, Cherry. I want all of them to die. I would kill Keffels in a heartbeat. I wouldn't even shoot her. I'd beat her to death with the gun.
That's a straight up direct threat of violence that Xanderhall is doing right there, by the way. See what I mean? That this is some unhinged shit. And look, I've, you know, like, been down to the point where it's like, you know, yeah. Like that third receipt where it's like, yeah, frankly, some people just probably should not do it. You know, like, I've been in that framework of things, you know, before. But this shit is a whole different ball game. It's not even the same ballpark. It's not all there in the mental stability department. Yeah, even Cherry literally says it right here. You're not in a good mental state because he's not. all caps. Well, I don't even want to say it, but, you know, it says there, I will Roblox her. I'll just say that, because frankly, like, this is now probably starting to get a little, like, you know, for YouTube, so, you know, it's like, at least for here, we'll just at least, you know, just look at it. But look at what he says after this. What's her address? I want it. I want to know where she's at. She's in Ireland. It's not public. Please stop your spiraling. Someone has to, well, for this, I will never be happy until I will never be happy. I will never be happy until someone has for this. Ideally, Keffels. That is like, you know, the beginnings, like, that's like the outline of like some premeditated shit. Of like, you know, of a premeditated murder that this guy wanted at least, maybe probably still does deep down, you know, wants to do. And as far as we know, yeah, Keffels is in Ireland, and, you know, is living with a friend out there, and is, you know, like, yeah, and her, you know, location beyond that is not known. Like, so, which, whatever. I mean, again, I don't really care for her, so who gives a fuck? But it's like all this shit started because of this type of thing. Still thinking that TJ comment. Well, yeah, because I know TJ. Well, because TJ was reacting to this, and like I said, man, this right here. Like, I tuned back in like a minute after this, and I was like, wait, what the fuck just dropped? Because I started seeing the chat being like, no way. Like, they were freaking out over it. Like, and so I went back being like, what the fuck happened? And then I paused it just to see this, and I was like, whoa. And the thing is, he does have guns. At least 2 that we definitely know of. A Glock, a Gen 5 that, you know, he's, you know, gloated about, and like a Remington 223 rifle of some sort. You know, like, so he at least has 2 for sure. Probably more. And this is his fucking mental state. It's like, you know, look, at the end of the day, I will say some shit, you know, whatever. You know, obviously not on these streams necessarily, but, you know, it's like, but I mean, this ain't like goddamn Grand Theft Auto, you fucking weird psycho. Like, there's real ramifications to shit like that. And it's like, and also, like, it's one thing to be like, you know, fuck this person, wish they just be dead. It's one thing to be like that, where it's like, yeah, some people probably deserve that because fuck them, they, you know, like, where you just got like that gut fucking id kind of reaction shit. Look, people, you know, have those fucking feelings and stuff. It happens. And also, you know, it's not a direct threat of violence either. But this shit is. Like, because also, like, you know, even Press Sunday wanted to, like, you know, really hit up Demon about it, because I kind of skimmed through his, you know, stream when he, like, heard about this and caught whiff of it. And when he saw this, he was like, yo, I want to talk to her. Like, did she, like, report this to the police or something? Like, blah, 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 and all this shit. And apparently, from what I understand, while this was going on, she didn't. And the reason why is because calling the police on someone who's having a mental breakdown doing shit like this is honestly, cops are the last motherfuckers you want, you know, rolling up with shit like this. Like, dead ass, straight up. Like, I mean, social workers, sure, but not a fucking cop. And you think Washington State's gonna fucking send social workers? Fuck no. Especially if it's Tacoma. Yeah, definitely not. At least if that's where Zan lives. If I remember, I think that's where he is. It's either that or like Everett or something. I know it's like, you know, either right outside of like, you know, Olympia, Seattle area, around that region. It's up there, you know, by, you know, in the greater Puget Sound region. So that much I know. But either way, it's like, you think cops out there, especially if it's Tacoma or Everett, one of the two, it's like, or just in that general region, it's like, do you think they're going to give a fuck about this type of shit? No, they're not. Like, they're just going to treat it like, you know, just a fucking nuisance call for the most part. So having cops here would be the last fucking thing you want, especially when you got a guy threatening shit like this. Because if he's not in a good mental state and those cops roll up and they're fucking geared up and got a fucking gun on their fucking hip, what do you think this son of a bitch is going to do? And frankly, I think there probably might be a scenario where that might happen. I mean, I hope that doesn't happen, and I don't necessarily think it is likely to. But there is a lot of red flags that tell me that if something about, like, Zan from moving forward snaps, I think he's capable of that shit. Because evidently, like, he's willing to at least, be pretty open about this with, someone who at least formerly was someone who was a friend and, an editor of theirs who he scalped their fucking wages of. So, it's like, I mean, this is how he's fucking acting. It's really some fucking crazy shit. I mean, dead ass. I mean, not. I don't want to, like, bring Venom in a bad way, by the way, but, like, I want to, like, ask him, like, have you heard about this at all? Because I want to know what your take is about. Because I know he's like, I know you like Zan stuff, so it's like, what do you think about this? Because this is some serious shit. I don't think that's, like, a sense of, like, oh, well, every tiny little thing he's done is, like, now, his fault or whatever. But honestly, it's like, dude, he's got a pattern of, problems, and maybe a lot of these people, especially, initially, like, when it came to, like, Lance with the surf stuff, like, maybe they were on to something. Maybe they snuffed it out initially, like, and they just knew that he was bad trouble. He wasn't, worth their time. They caught whiff, and they were like, nope, this is not going to be worth my time. There's something up about him. I don't like him. This isn't good. And, maybe are some of their judgment calls about some shit, like, the sex cult allegations or whatever. Stuff like that. Like, is some of that bullshit? Probably, for sure. But the thing is, like, do you think these people now are really going to, like, care one way or another? Especially now with this shit? Even if that is bullshit? Which probably some of it is. But it seems like it was a very mutual toxic relationship either way, so I don't really think he's innocent regardless, but it's not because of that shit. So, I mean, either way, it's like, bro, it's like, I mean, for me, it's like, there's a pattern of behavior about him. And honestly, I kind of was able to catch a whiff just on his politics alone, because a lot of this shit really, explains, a lot of how he operates, when it comes to, like, his, political agenda. Because him personally, when it comes to this shit, I mean, he only cares about, like, what's just gonna, like, make him rise to the top as much as possible. And if it burns, his former friends and, any bridges to get up there, how he perceives it as, at least, then he don't give a shit. As long as he has his little island of sycophants. But why does he see him? Oh, what does he see in him? I don't know. I mean, that's kind of also why I just kind of want to ask him about it, because I know he hasn't, like, regularly watched his content recently. Last time I asked him about him. So, I mean, that's why I want to know if he even knows about it. Because if he doesn't, then, I mean, I obviously don't want to be like, well, why are you still fan? But, I'm not, because I'm not accusing him or anything. I just kind of want to know if he knows about it, at least for one, and then for two, be like, what do you think about it? Let's kind of go from there, because, like, I mean, for someone who literally has got the charisma of stale white bread, it's like, how in the fuck, like, is this guy so legitimately unhinged and psychotic? And frankly, like, even my assumptions were pretty, like, bland, because a lot of it was just like, oh, he's just like a little shitlip, basically. But frankly, I mean, he's well more than that. Like it shows how much of an abusive little fuck he is. And willing to fuck people over, like his editors and shit, his friends. He's gone out shooting with too, by the way. Because Dear Mama, Vosh, him, and a bunch of other friends have mutual interest in firearms and stuff. So they all have been out shooting before. So it's like, what it's like, who needs enemies when you got friends like you, Zan? Because holy shit. Like, because if he was in my friend circle and this is how you fucking act, I would already be kind of suspicious, probably would distance myself a little bit from him, but at least still be chill with him. But if I found out that this, like all other shit, because one of my, friends said, you know what, I'm sick of hiding this shit, fuck this guy. Like, look what he's been, doing. And then others, be like, yeah, you know what, fuck him too, and starts posting shit. I'd be like, you know what, no, fuck this. Especially if it came to like some shit like this, I'd be like, whoa. It's like, no. Especially, like, because this is insane shit. Like, I mean, I can understand why, a lot of people are like, because even in a live chat, that I was in her YouTube chat at least, like, there's a lot of people being like, yo, people, someone should probably have, like, a welfare check on him, or at least, maybe a red flag law, like, flare up on him or something. Like, because he's, I think, probably capable of doing some shit. I don't think, like the same level of like, your stereotypical like mass shooter type or whatever, but I think, at least in a sense of like a retribution, like vindictive kind of like murder suicide kind of like case or something. I really do kind of think that. I mean, I hope not, but I mean, this motherfucker is obviously not stable at all. And he's on the West Coast. So it's not like, he lives in, in any part of the fucking country where, like, these social services aren't available. Granted, they're probably not, like, the best funded shit, but, hey, it's America, baby. So, fuck it. You gotta take what you get. But shit, like, there's resources that he could go to. He just doesn't want to go to it and seek that help. Because he doesn't give a fuck. Because he don't do no wrong. I'm no birthday boy.
Cherry says, you're not in a good mental state. Xander Hall replies,
well, here, kind of skip this part a little bit.
I have...
Because he kind of keeps going. And Velvet, I don't know exactly who that is. And her fucking orbiters. I have to her. Really her. Stop her heart. Saying fucking stop, calm down, stop, please. And then you just simply, lowercase. Okay. I mean, because that ain't normal behavior. And also at the very beginning, too, he's like, yeah, Cherry blocked me, but it's like, sometimes we'll, like, go all caps and, like, hash each other and stuff like that, blah, 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 but, just something that friends would do. Meanwhile, his fucking goddamn text, between her and, like, dude. What kind of fucking weird fucking being are you, bro? Like, seriously. Like, what the fuck are you?
Kill her. Really kill her. Really stop her heart. Cherry says, Zan, fucking stop. Calm down. Stop, please. And Zan says, okay.
I don't know why, but I get the feeling that part of him, like that bland food, is somehow responsible. I mean, probably.
Now I'm going to let you just marinate with those for a second as I post these receipts.
And that's where they eventually popped. See, because I kind of tuned in when she was doing this, and I saw her chat freaking the fuck out. I was like, what happened? And that's when I scrolled back, and I went, whoa. I was like, oh, shit. Dude, look at her. Dude, look at. Hold on. Oh shit. Yeah.
Because now we need to talk about another thing that happened.
God, son of a bitch. Oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Damn it. Damn it. I wanted to get like her with her fucking like look on her face because dude, the like that. We gotta look at that. We gotta like. I think it needs to be an emote. That son of a bitch. Where the fuck? Fucking. Come on. You bastard. You bastard. Come on. Where'd it go? Okay, there. And then we can do that. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. Hold on.
Now I'm going to let you just marinate with those for a second as I...
Alright, let's around here. Where was it? She had like this fucking look on her. I also like a little... The rare time where I actually enjoyed the typing. It's rare and smart. I mean, it's just that look. It's like... just like that... that sneer look. They're very merited, though. Because I really do bet she feels, like, exceptionally backstabbed over all this shit.
Now, I have to tell you about something else that I cannot provide a receipt for, okay? And this is in the same thread of this, but unfortunately this happened over a voice call, but I hope that you will understand when I tell you. This one, I have to, this one, I can't prove that this one happened. You're just going to have to believe in my accounting of the events, and this is my accounting of the events, okay?
And I trust her way fucking more than whatever Zan's bullshit would ever be about this, so... I'll take her word.
To me in December, okay? But I hope that what I provided here will prove to you what I'm talking about. This one I don't have a receipt for because this one occurred over a voice call with Cherry, which I obviously could not have a recording of, and neither could Cherry in this particular case. And that is that at around this time, Xander Hall was screaming expletives at Cherry, was threatening to kill himself, and was threatening to kill his own family members with a gun that he owns. Now, at that point in time, I was dispatched to go attempt to do a wellness check on him. And both myself and my partner climbed in the car and drove over to where the address that he had provided to Cherry. As it turns out, he had provided an incorrect address to Cherry. And we didn't know this, so we waited there.
And I'm willing to bet and speculate that he did that purposely. Xander2988. I know, dude. I mean, for real. Like, the boogie shit is kind of coming back again. Like, because, like, dude, I mean, what, this is, like, some straight-up manipulative, awful fucking behavior and shit. Where you just, like, you know, use, like, the idea of, like, unaliving yourself as a fucking crutch. You know, to pretty much, like, manipulate your friends, basically. It's just, it's fucked. Especially when it comes to, like, the whole, like, murder-suicide idea. It's, like, it's fucking heinous and fucked. It's just fucked. There's just no excuse for that kind of shit. I mean, you know, I get the whole mental break shit, but it's like, fucking hell, dude.
At the wrong address that he had provided to Cherry, hoping to be able to do a wellness check on him. Now, thankfully, shortly after that, he seemed to have calmed down. He went to lunch with his mother, and seemed almost as if it never had happened at all. Later that night, he was freaking out again. And we went and checked again, and we found out that this was the wrong address, and that he had not provided the correct address to Cherry. Now, of course, in neither of these circumstances did he actually engage in any violent behavior, thankfully. But he did, indeed, threaten this behavior towards people on his team and in his friend group. This, of course, occurred in addition to his recorded threatening of Keffels and her friends. By name, explicitly asking for docs. Now, in both cases, he did indeed calm the hell down. But it took a lot of work from the people close to him. I do not believe that any of these were real threats, okay? I don't think that he was actually ever once threatening to do violence, okay? And the reason why I believe that is because nothing even remotely close to it ever happened. What I believe he was trying to do was to control others. And this is precisely why the friendships with his editor, with his...
Which is a very sociopathic, anti-personality disorder-based kind of behavior tactic and shit, by the way. Just... Not to be an armchair psychologist, but like I said, I'm here to be like the EWU, criminal mind analysis, like slash fuck him, who gives a shit kind of, brain over here about it. So whatever, I'm all to fucking slander haul his ass. Greaseball.
The proprietor of his website, with myself and with many others, ended. Because we were tired of being subjected to his insanity. We were tired of being subjected to his abuse, which he is now denying on the internet. For real? Is this for real? Can you get... I need a clip of that, Mr. Unfamiliar. Is that true?
Wait, what? Wait, hold on. That's someone in their... shit. Someone in our chat. Oh, right there. Okay. Ethan just showed Cherry's real name on stream. Oh, fuck.
I need a clip of that, Mr. Unfamiliar. Is that true?
If that's the case, that is some heinous shit right there. That's straight doxing at that point. Because Cherry's not a public figure.
You are now familiar with the entire reason why everyone said, we're done with Zan, we're out of here. Why everyone said, if this guy can fucking go do his own thing, we don't care. If this asshole wants to go play Minecraft and yell about Joe Biden, whatever. But nobody wanted to associate with him anymore. Nobody trusted him anymore. Now you know.
And I never really did in the first place. And you know what? Considering that a lot of people tend to even, less and less, kind of refer to his name and shit. I mean, now it really does make sense. You know? I mean, it's like, this shit is fucking just absurd. And it gets even better.
Let's hear.
Anybody that pisses them off, right? And that's what I've done. I've pissed them off. And so
I just piss people off because that's what happens. Piss them off and shit.
What are you talking about? You were in the friend group. You fucking screamed at everyone, you dumbass.
They're going to do everything in their power to try to go after me. The truth is, though, I mean, I'm going to keep on that grind. For the most part, this sphere is
I'm just obviously having an internal panic attack, basically. But I'm just like, it's gonna ride the wave and stuff like that, Yeah, I'm just gonna keep on that grind, make sure the sub count goes uppity up, up, up. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, that's all good. Probably I want to make sure she fucking dies. I'm gonna fucking kill her. It's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, totally not a fucking norm. Yeah, totally not an unhinged lunatic psychotic fuck. Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, totally.
It seems pretty...
That wasn't from the DM community, Snake? Who else would it be? I am a 300 subscriber nobody. Do you think... Regardless, it could be some random right-winger. Sure.
Yeah.
Regardless.
And that guy right there is Ethan, by the way, who's way louder than Zan for some reason.
We do have people in DM's chat saying things... Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be very vitriolic.
I mean, we also have people coming into DM's chat and saying shit like, oh, we should call police to their home and whatnot.
Dude. Xanderhall. People are talking about the police because you made death threats about people. We went to check on you ourselves because we knew fucking calling the cops on you would be disastrous. And also that you were probably having a mental breakdown, which
frankly, honestly, if that's what we do know about when it comes to this whole death threat shit and stuff that he's done, I'm curious about what he said to other people that, or like his fucking sycophants and shit that, probably privy to this information. I'm kind of curious.
To acknowledge.
Should I do like a low-key lurk in his Discord and just lurk in there? Just see what people say in there and stuff? I kind of... Well, now that I mention it, now, you know, like, because of how I named the stream, I mean, one of the motherfuckers are probably like, who's this guy? You know what I mean? Like, hey, who's reacting? So it's like, fuck, you know, so well, too late now, I guess. Because they're gonna see my name and be like, oh, it's the same guy, fuck this guy. It's just, I'll get banned pretty quick. Whatever, but it's not like I react to anything. I only been in there for 2 seconds just to kind of see what people are saying about it.
Until now when it's convenient for you. You fucking lied about being abusive to other people. You wouldn't take responsibility for it. You wouldn't seek help for it.
Well, yeah, that's fair. But
Yeah.
like,
That's fair. There you have it.
Yeah, you know, that's fair.
Oh my god.
That's fair. That's fair from Zan's own words. He just acknowledged it would have been fucking fair.
to be clear, there's like, I've basically upset a very tight league of people that act like high schoolers and are willing to like burn anybody.
What the fuck? That is rich. Cope, you fucking weird little bitch. Excuse me? A tight little clique that basically just acts like a bunch of fucking immature high schooler. What? Projection munch, you little fucking pissant? Excuse me? What? I mean, considering especially a lot of the nukes that were just unleashed orbital strike-wise, you know, by Demon Mama earlier today, I mean, it's like, bro, you're going to do that shit? What the fuck, man? Wow. I knew he deserves swirlies. Oh, yeah, he deserves more than that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm willing to burn.
He deserves, like, you know, like I said from earlier when he came to the high school bully shit. Like, I mean, it's that.
That's why I waited 7 goddamn months to see if you would take. I didn't even have to wait 7 months. You decided to start going after people. You decided to start taking pot shots. You and your community started taking pot shots at me. You started taking pot shots at Bosch. And when I pushed back on you even the slightest bit, you went off on some giant tirade about how I'm a snake in the grass.
And pedo-jacketing him somehow, which he literally never did at all. Like she made a joke because of his weird, like, you know, sycophantery towards Biden and shit up until, like, he dropped out. And even then, he still was fucking, like, licking his dick. So it's like, I mean, like, she's just poking fun at that. And he wants to flip his shit and flip a lid and, you know, and be like, well, you know, especially with this weird Kevil's bullshit that he keeps bringing up, too. Because he will do this in this weird little cope stream that he's a part of. Like, he will bring that up a few times. It's like, dude, you wanted the nuke? Well, guess what? D-Mama not only brought one, and not only is it a TSAR bomba, but she brought a bunch of them, and she made sure those shit went down to the fucking Earth's core when they fucking went off. Okay? Like, she made sure that your little island got fucked from this, okay? And you know what? Like, considering the fucking heinous shit that you've, you know, done, and, like, you know, frankly, are about a little bit, considering how much of an unhinged, little, genuine fucking psychotic, solipsistic lunatic that you are, for a little fucking little bitch boy Minecraft, little 12-year-old little wannabe fuck, it's like, yeah, at this rate, it's like, shit, bro. Man, I guess, like, the one critique I would have with D-Mom is, like, maybe she probably should have, you know, made it, you know, called in a welfare check instead of doing it herself. Maybe that ought to, you know, fucking have, like, you know, been the case. But considering that you put in the wrong address anyway, probably because you assumed that they, you know, would have done that. You know, because at that case, there's some other fucking people who have gotten fucked. This is an emotional damage! Yeah, it ain't, dude. It's not even emotional destruction. This is like emotional vaporization. She's like vaporizing, like, it utterly to its atomic particle core, dude. She's vaporizing it all. Like, hell hath no fury, dude. Like, seriously, like, like, I mean, because, frankly, I could kind of tell she was kind of blowing up and thinking, well, he's my friend, maybe he'll, you know, learn better and actually just do better. He's, you know, still young. maybe he'll, like, mature from it or something. I think she was genuinely trying to, like, kind of hold out for that a little bit. But over and over and over and over and over and over and fucking over again, he has shown that he is incapable of that. So she was like, I'm done. Not just her, but, like, Cherry, like, Vosh, all these fucking people that he was close with. And it was like, nah. It's like, fuck them instead, I guess. Because I got no fucking ability to fucking, have a little soul searching or humility or, introspection at all. I'm incapable of that. My brain ain't wired that way, so fuck all of you instead. Fucking wild, bro. Like, if I had literally all my friends being like, yo, you doing good? Like, what's the... If I had all of them, like, doing that shit to me, being like, what's up and all this other shit, being like, yo, you're kind of spiraling, all... Like, I will start kind of, like, legit being like, oh, kind of like, oh, fuck, maybe I need to kind of, like, what's going... Fuck, yeah, they're right, actually. Like, if it was, like, one of them or something, maybe it'd be one thing. But if it's, like, all of them, then, being like, yo, you're kind of going a little nutty right now. What the hell's going on? And you're just like, yeah, I'm actually fine. Play some Minecraft. Support that right now. I'm okay. I've been a little kid now. I'm okay with my little, like, video game. Which, like, I'm a video game player myself, but it's all good. There's nothing wrong with that. But the fact that, like, that's pretty much, like, his mentality is literally like that. And he's fucking 25. And I'm about to be goddamn, like, what, 28, 27 or some shit at this point? I'm getting to the point of my age, even though I'm a young buck motherfucker, where it's like, I don't even know if I'm 27 or 28 yet at this point. It's just like, I mean, it's like, shit, and this motherfucker is just, having this little, like, quarter century, little thing, and he's still acting like a fucking 12-year-old. Well, honestly, a lot of it's because I already assume I'm basically 28 anyway, because, I don't know, I mean, as they say, I got an old soul, I suppose, so I kind of feel older than I really am sometimes, even though I know I'm a youthful young buck, and I'm like, so, I mean, and also, it's like those weird middle years in a way, where it's like, like, if it's not like it, oh, you're 30, 25, 35, like, if it's ain't not like that, then it kind of just muddies up, and it's like, it just kind of meshes together, okay? So, I mean, I don't know. At least I know it's at least around that ballpark, okay? So, whatever. I know it's in the ballpark. Just ask me if you forget. Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, it's not, well... Okay, if I realistically had to say it, probably 26, about to be 27. I think that's accurate. But if not, then it's 27, about to be 28. It's one of the two. It's one of the two. I'm pretty sure it's about to be 27 now that I think about it, honestly. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, yeah. 27, yeah. Yeah, see, okay, yeah, alright. I thought about it okay, I looked over, okay, you might have sent that right when I just clicked, but you know what? Thought about it first. Got figured out. You know what? I mean, I'll be honest, I've never been really great with birthdays. Even with my own. Main reason is just because, like, usually it'll just, like, roll up on me and be like, oh, fuck, it's my birthday. Oh, shit, it's coming up next week. Actually, the main reason why, I know it's coming up now, because it happens to land on Friday, so, got some stuff planned. Actually, I might, like, the karaoke stream that Friday for the 16th, for my little birthday stream for that, because I'm going to have a little party up there. Might be the first time I actually might, see Mama, because I think I might have planned it out to where I think she might finally fucking show up and see me sing a little bit. So my brother too. So they're going to kind of see my little neck of the woods and see how popular I am a little bit. Because, I mean, at this point, I've kind of attracted, a little bit of a, attention a little bit from over there. So it's like, hey, kind of love it. I'll take a piss real quick. We'll probably at least skim around a little bit from this, and at least maybe as a palate cleanser, at least look at a little something fun after that. We won't look at this too much further because I think, all in all, I've said my keep. I've said my piece for the most part. I'll just kind of meme on it a little bit.
Hey, baby boy. Hey, baby boy. Yeah, I'm gonna run the vacuum in here.
What?
I'm gonna run the vacuum.
Where?
In the kitchen.
Oh, well.
There's both doors closed.
Oh, yeah. So off that both doors closed. I brought a palate cleanser. Oof. God, you big ragdoll. Ugh. I brought a palate cleanser. Doggo. Who's a baby, baby? You a baby, baby. Oh, you just reach out with your little paws, so cute. Oh, yeah, boy. You just big old chunky punky.
This is the world's biggest pain in the butt calculator. Open that up.
Huh?
Open that up.
What?
You want to borrow my hammer?
All right.
Ah, there, you got it. a pain in the butt. I'm just like, shit. What's inside of here, you know? Finally, I'm just like, son of a bitch.
I guess we'll have a couple cloud cleanses now. What we got? They even try to scrub social media before announcing advances. This is campaign managers or wait, what? Let's go out with this. Yes, it's definitely JD pass out in the corner. What? That's JD Vance? Just passed out? What? You did nail. This might be my first official blackout. I don't remember being asleep at all. So he admits it. Yeah, he even reacts to your pillow is stuffed. Your pillow is a stuffed animal you grabbed, by the way. What the fuck? I don't see one though. Did he grab one, drop it, and just like forgot about it? Oh my god. Big chunk. Big teddy bear. Alright, there you go. Like, bro. Oh my god, dude. You could tell they were lit because you could see the beer pong. You could literally see the beer pong over there. Oh my god. Holy shit. Wow. What's that cat doing? Oh, purpers. That cat was repulsed. I remember seeing that one before. That's a fat, big, chunky kitty. Garfield wants some lasagna, but he wants some human-based lasagna on that one. What you looking at, bro?
It hit the wall. But I had a praying grandmother.
Bacon right now, sir.
Derpy ass kitties.
When you're cooking breakfast, you gotta have all the essentials. This is the most important.
Oh, come on, that poor kitty. Oh, that cat snoring? Wow. Let's go on with that. Oh, well, see, goddamn YouTube Shorts is blocking it off. I could tell that the cat was, like, the head, but, man, that was annoying. Can they fix this? You know, when it comes to this, like, I mean, seriously? What is with cats doing that? Like, like seriously, that's just ridiculous.
He's a 10, but his brain is made of shrimp.
Sounds like Zukov. Hey, what are you laughing at for? Excuse me. I think I've seen this one too. Oh yeah, I've seen that one. Oh, that's cute. Nice. That was slick. Aww.
When you're cooking breakfast.
Oh, that was adorable. Oh, that was adorable. What the fuck are you doing, bro? You psycho little nut. What the fuck you doing? Excuse me, boy. Here, skim like right here. Why not? Like I said, we'll have a little fun, a little bit more, just one more little clip or something. We'll check out something else. Because like I said, we had kind of set a little keep. Now we're just in the palate cleanse mode.
Prove it! You can't! Why the fuck are you fixating on...
Wait. What?
You really wouldn't. You wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, like, you are my current editor, and I feel like if I was abusive, you would probably not be...
Look, hey, you're my sycophant in my editor about now, and, if I was abusive, I think you would, say something to me about that, you know what I'm saying? Okay, I'm glad I found that. Okay, I'm glad I kind of skimmed around and found that. What the fuck? What? Like, that's supposed to make you look like a good guy, bro? Oh my god. I actually need to find out what's the title of the stream? Cherry Lie Demo. Dude, I gotta actually, kind of listen to, skim around it on my own time and actually, hear some of that. Oh my god. You know what? I want to find it so it's in my watch history just in case they make it unpublic or some shit. Make it unlisted or whatever the fuck. Like, low-key, though, because, what? I think if I just, do that, I think I should. Seriously? I figured it would just be, one of the first few results, but no. Seriously? Oh my god, they probably already took it down. Holy shit, it probably is already down. Oh, that might be... Wait, what's the channel name? Okay, alright. You know what? Well, let's just do that. That should help, actually. Oh, there it is. I literally looked up the title directly and I couldn't find that, but now I look up... Okay, whatever. Okay, so no, it's still up. So, alright. Well... Hey, at least it's there. But... Bruh. Ay. I wonder what other wild shit he was saying, honestly. Because, I tuned in for the latter half when she was done checking that out. I got to the first little chunk of it, but I didn't get to, the latter half where he was like, oh, yeah, you're my editor right now, but, hey, it's if I was abusive, you would, totally let me know about it. So it's what the fuck are you saying, you unhinged lunatic freak? It's good lord, dude. It's just... Ay. I guess at the end of the day, I suppose we'll see, what happens from it, I suppose. I feel like there's definitely going to be some fallout. Goddamn microplastics. No shit, man. There's definitely going to be some fallout from this. Like I said, some, even other names that, normally probably wouldn't know about Xander Hall now knowing about it. Like TJ, the quarter. There's a lot of people that are now catching wind of this. Hey, San Juan and Nuke, well, he fucking got it, and a bunch of them, too. Because, fuck, bro. He legit fucked himself on that one. And, yeah. For what? Just for a fucking soft cystic ego. But you know what, here. Let's have a little palate cleanser. Look at this. So here. Because there are, there's a few other little things I could look at, but you know what, analysis mode's kind of I've kind of unleashed that energy, so I'm just what the fun thing? And I know there was I know I saw something on my feed that I was like kind of curious about looking at, but I couldn't find it. But well, I mean, now I can't. One time I actually wanted to, look at the video I was thinking about, and I was just like, God damn it. I'm sure I can find it here real quick, probably. Because that was not even that long a video, too. Where would it be? Because I know it's YouTube. The one time I'm now like, oh, I want to try to find that one video, and it's like, nah. It's like, nah. We're not having it on the feed at all. It's like, what the fuck, bro? Like, careful. It's like pretty much like every other time. It's like, it's there, like right in the face, but it's like, now I want to find it. And it's like,
Destroying my life.
I mean, even the algorithm is like that nowadays. It's like, what the fuck? Even algorithms are like tapping into that shit. It's like, god damn it. It's already bad enough when it's like you misplace your keys and you're like, you had it somewhere, but like you grabbed them 5 minutes before, but then you put them down somewhere else, and now you're looking everywhere besides that one innocuous little spot because you just subconsciously dropped them there or whatever. It's like now that is just manifesting into like the algorithm now. It's like, what the fuck, dude? It's like, bruh. It's like, what the hell, dude? You're a little dark. You ridiculous little thing. I need a moment to at least look at the doggo and be like,
You gotta check this out. The cool early 70s toolkit for the older kid. The maturity operated beyond the plastic.
Yeah. Is it complete? Or is...
Oh, no. I've just used this box.
Oh, it's just an empty box. Oh, I was about to say, if that's like a complete thing, that probably unironically be worth something.
Oh, no,
well, the box itself probably still is, but...
This is beat to hell, but I've been using this forever.
Well,
I'm not sure if that little teeny broken up ass hammer is part of this or not, but yeah, it had a little teeny hammer and all these other little teeny tools. Only they're real tools instead of the plastic ones that you get when you're tiny.
Well, yeah, and also I'm assuming they were probably actually like somewhat quality built instead of probably being like legit just kind of cheap plastic shit anyway. Like they'll probably give older kid anyway, be like, well, you just still need to be safe or something.
What's wrong? Soon after that, I went for the skill side.
Yeah, because for an older kid, that would be a lot more badass anyway. And I'd rather, dibble dabble in that. At least I probably would have. At least I know I definitely would.
And, as a little kid, you can do that without maiming yourself too bad.
Yeah, without injuring yourself too bad. That seems a little unconfident with how that was said. Yeah, well, you'll hurt yourself a lot, but, not too bad.
It can, it's not going to, cut a finger off or anything like that. It's just like a little,
Yeah, it won't cut your little finger off or anything, no.
It's a little, like a little bit bigger round than the stem of your bong. It spins around really fast on a table, and you run stuff around it and sand it, so you can make curves or, kind of a rough start to a sculpture, whatever you want to do.
Well, now what are you doing?
Nothing.
Well, evidently you are. Now you're knocking shit over. Okay, do I need to escort you somewhere?
No, I'm fine.
What the... Fucking shit slowly but surely getting, like, destroyed over here.
Yes. I was looking for the knee pads earlier. Finally found them. Yeah.
Ay. Doggo. What do you make of this, doggo? What about you, dog? You little nut. What do you say about this? In fact, you probably don't want to, actually openly speak about it because it would probably be, like, dastardly insane, fucking, very TOS related stuff because this dog is, an unhinged, insane little nut. And he'll like talk some hardcore radicalism and shit, like straight up.
So it's a rat superhighway just inside the big garage door, between the door and the boards.
I'm very well aware of that.
I was looking back there, I'm just like, eee. Nasty.
I'm very well aware of that. I'm just haven't looked. I just know that there is.
Well, I knew they were running back and forth back there.
There's at least two. Like, there's two of these little shits, and it's like they walk around the fucking little trap that's set up, and they just all avoid it though. It's like, it's like little fucking little shits. It's like eventually you're all gonna get desperate and go over there. And one of you motherfuckers, it'd be a epic double whammy if I get both of them. But
Where's that?
What
are you trying to do?
I have this trap right here, and I got some food for them, but they've wandered around. I've seen them actually go near it and shit, where I've just like been, where I've sat here before, maybe on lunch break, but because I'm like out of earbud and I'm quiet, they, I think, just don't realize I'm in here. So, and then I will like kind of realize, look down, be like, oh, they're kind of around it, but not actually like in it yet. But I think they're like, sniffing around for the food that's there, but they don't realize that it's like in it yet. So they haven't gotten in there.
Yeah, I hear them around all the time.
So it's just like, it's one of those things where it's like, they're curious enough, so.
Doing something quiet.
It's just eventually in time. In time, at least one of them for sure will get fucking in there, and at that point I could look at his beady little eyes and be like, fuck you. You little shit. You little bastard. Here. I'm trying to see if I... Oh! I actually finally found it. Like, curiously enough, perfect timing, I actually finally found it. It took... In between all that, I guess it took that amount of time perfectly to find it. But it was this one right here. Republicans are losing votes because of something. But the thumbnail immediately is just what caught me off guard. Because is that a Trump, like, plastic blow-up doll right there that this guy has in his car? Because, honestly, I want to skim around. Please tell me. Oh, no, wait. Wait, that's a fucking debate? Oh, never mind then. That was debated. I wanted to react to like some hogs, but no. I got debated. They show like this weird thumbnail, and they got this little dork, but they don't. Nothing. Boo. Boo. I spent all that time trying to find that because of the thumbnail itself. And it's like, I knew I should have clicked on it when I first saw it because I deceived. That just makes me a little butthurt, actually, a little bit. A little butthurt. It's like, bruh. Though I actually do know there is at least one thing. There's no Moist upload something that I haven't looked at yet, but is actually something I've been wanting to look at. I just haven't like, you know, thought about it yet up until now. And I'm just like, oh, wait a minute. Because, like, I guess we're starting to realize, or at least where some of these train derailments are coming from. And it's from pieces of shit that are doing it for clout.
The internet, sometimes you have to get really creative.
People out there that are somehow like, where's this for clout, dude?
To stand out from the crowd, which births some legends, like the great Tide Pod eaters of yesteryear, or the absolute champion, the brave soul who attempted the hot coil challenge, where he put his forearm on a stovetop.
Why would anyone do that? Like, they have to know what the actual outcome of that is, right? Like, I mean, bruh, what?
And these ideas are always made with the intent of getting views and going viral. And today I learned about someone who tried a new tactic, derailing a train for YouTube views.
Charges have now been filed against a Lancaster County teen accused of intentionally causing this train derailment out in Bennett. The 17-year-old even sent this video to 1011 afterwards. You see there some of those cars veering off of the tracks.
What? This little fucking weirdo literally like, yo, memes, bro, lol, and sent this shit to the news organization too? What? Fucking what? It's one thing if they just found it and caught wind of it because of, like, the obvious overt fucking crime that was committed. Like, I mean, you know, I figured they would have caught wind of that alone. And also if it probably be on TikTok, but no, it's not just that, but also because the stupid fucking moron sent it to... Oh, my God. I think we found a kid who's legit more stupider than... We found one.
It happened at the crossing of Highway 43 back on April 22nd. A criminal complaint says that between the rail itself and the train engines and cars, about $350,000 worth of damage was done. That teen has now been charged with...
Wait, so wait, did the teen how? Okay, I'm curious how this happened.
Criminal mischief, but he is not in custody at the moment. Attorneys have filed a motion to move his case to county court and to try him as an adult.
A very interesting strategy here. This sounds like some kind of lame plot that Cobra Commander would have cooked up to lure out the G.I. Joe, except here it's just used for views. There's so many things to unpack here, but one thing I'm very curious about is where he planned to go from here. Like, let's say he did get a huge audience for derailing the train. Does he just keep amping up the stakes? Like, next video, he smuggles a bomb onto a plane. Follow-up video, he drops depth charges into the Suez Canal. Like...
I mean, honestly, that would actually be kind of shockingly impressive, but still insane.
I don't know how you keep upping the mischief to keep the audience hooked here. It seems like this is a one-and-done thing, unless he was just going to be some kind of, like, serial train derailer, like the worst Saturday morning cartoon villain.
I'm trying to think of, like, a way this kid could have been like, yo, I was actually trying to do, like, you know, some sort of, like, political commentary because, like, you know, our train infrastructure's fucked, and you know what? I'm gonna make a point by derailing them or something. Like, I don't know. I mean, I don't understand where, like, outside of, like, clout, bruh. Yeah, like, I'm trying to, like, because even then, that's still fucked. I can't even think of anything that could, like, even remotely justify this. Unless, like, a train of, like, military arms or some shit. But, honestly, just having a train stop and then just, like, you know, that's it. That is preferable, because then you probably, you know, like, you'll still probably get charged with shit, but at least you're not, I don't know, derailing a train, you know?
Ever. So, who knows what the potential was behind this young lad's YouTube career, but he is being charged, and it looks like it's going to be very serious charges. $350,000 in damages, that's a lot of clams. He's going to have to sell a lot of Hot Wheels and maybe even his Fortnite account to start trying to make up for that.
I've also...
Oh, damn. Tragedy.
...pulling a rail switch, ultimately causing that derailment. The lead investigator...
Oh, so it's a switch in the rails. Okay. I see. All right, so
The 17-year-old walked up during the investigation and asked what happened.
so that car or this rail car right here was just kind of chilling on a different. Okay, yeah, okay. So there's two rail lines. So that one was just kind of chilling on another rail line, just there, and this other one, and this train was supposed to take this one. I guess right here on the right. And the kid basically just changed the rails, so now this train unknowingly is creaming into this thing.
Later telling the investigators it was, quote, obvious that the switch had been pulled, and then showed the investigator the video you're seeing now. Railway police believe that security cameras in the area showed the teen not only driving up to the scene, but also setting up a camera minutes before the derailment.
I guess I've never seen a real-life train derailment, which is maybe the purpose behind his video, to educate us on what they actually look like. Because in my head, I always picture it the way Hollywood portrays it, where when a train derails, it's going at like fucking Mach 5 speed.
I mean, East Palestine, I mean, there's that. That happened not that long ago.
And even when the emergency brake is cranked, it doesn't really do anything to stop it, so then the cars just start shooting off the tracks in every which way as Linkin Park's What I've Done plays. But clearly that's not the
with epic explosions by Michael Bay.
It's in reality. So the conductor attempted to make an emergency stop, but didn't have enough time to do so before reaching the point of no return, and then it collided with an empty coal car. And it's very lucky that there weren't more damages, because I imagine in a situation like that, it's pretty common for some of the cars to...
I mean, I guess all in all, it really is kind of a mild derailment, and at least, maybe the front car might have, some buffs, scruffs, and shit, but for the most part, probably fine, right? So, it's one of those things where I guess, it could have been way worse, so luckily it didn't turn out as bad as it could have, but still, it's just fuck this kid. This is some bullshit. This type of shit shouldn't happen. At all.
Not flipping over.
I mean, this is just this is wild.
Or a pop shove it and falling off the tracks, but tipping over and shit once they get off the tracks, and especially when they collide with something huge like an empty coal car. So it definitely sounds like it could have been a lot worse there. So it was lucky that it didn't get as bad. And speaking of lucky, you can get really lucky right now by getting Goof Juice. It's going to improve your luck stat because it's the best.
Damn. Slide in a sponsor. Shit.
Even though you're setting up
it was
Goof,
quick.
So he hatched
Quick
it.
to the
Reading
point.
about it just makes the whole thing even stupider, though, because the kid wanted to record it and share it on YouTube, so he hatched this nefarious scheme to go pull the lever after setting up a camera so he could film a train derailing. And then he stayed at the scene the entire time. Even the
wow, what a moron!
Authorities to the incident. So he approached the investigator asking what caused the crash, and the investigator said he didn't know. So the suspect allegedly said, obviously a switch was flipped the wrong way. And I can already just imagine, he's putting a pinky to his mouth like Dr. Evil. He then even...
trying to be well, hey, let me help you with the case. Maybe the switch was pulled and someone fucked with it while you literally recorded it.
Put investigators the video he took, but denied trespassing and tampering with the switch. I guess he was really hoping that absolute bumbling imbeciles would have shown up that would have chalked up his presence and video recording equipment as just being some kind of coincidence. Dude shows up with a fucking full-blown studio here to record this, and he expected the authorities to be huh, that's weird.
Oh yeah, I guess there's nothing wrong with this at all. Yeah, carry on. I guess you're just doing some basic photography or something.
Who could have done this? Must have been the fucking goat man. Jesus Christ. I guess he was really expecting, NPCs from Assassin's Creed to show up that just immediately de-aggro when you go into tall grass. Must have been the wind. Why wasn't this kid fucking filming everything here?
It's just it's like in Skyrim. It's take an arrow. You shoot someone, they don't die, but you did a crit. And they're what was that? And you just crouch. And you're just must have been the wind. While they have an arrow in their eye.
So he was also spotted setting up his camera and tripod near the crossing 4 minutes before the train derailed.
Oh
and then they
God.
also found a video of the derailment posted to their YouTube channel. So, I mean, that was kind of game point right there. That was kind of a checkmate. The 17-year-old's apparently a huge train enthusiast. That's what their YouTube account mainly dedicated to.
And they thought it'd be a good idea to be a destructive force to that. This kind of feels like almost like some Zan shit, dude. I mean, just considering that, like, for the last 3 hours, like, that was kind of that. So now I got that a little bit on the mind. And this it sounded like Zan. It feels like into trains and a cloud chaser and shit, bro. Like, what the fuck?
And it's a big community on YouTube with like train videos, train spotting, and all of that. But I don't think anyone's gone so far as to intentionally derail a train to stand out in the community. That's definitely breaking new ground there. I am shocked, though, how easy it was for him to do that. Like, I just always imagined there'd be, like, actual security parameters in place to prevent just any old fucking Joe.
Frankly, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't necessarily be that hard to do it, but, I mean, they're trains, and, like, you would probably need a lot of, effort to do it. And all things considered, it ain't worth it. And also, like, it's... Why? It's like, well, why would the reason be? It's like, it's just like the most ludicrous, absurd shit unless you want to just be like, I'm the Joker, baby, and just like cause insane chaos for no reason.
From walking up and just cranking a lever to change a train track. But I guess in this case, there was a padlock that was supposed to be there that wasn't there. Or perhaps this rabbit hole goes deeper. I'm going to put on the tinfoil hat here and blast your ass with a conspiracy theory. What if he wasn't working alone? What if there was an entire network here that set up this train derailment? What if it was the deep state using this 17-year-old to derail the train and cause havoc? Perhaps they were banking on even more damages with cars flipping over, maybe spilling.
Or maybe, he had bolt cutters and just, like, broke the lock and, there you go.
Some hazardous waste or something. So someone on the inside at the trail company, Jesus Christ, at the train company, they took the padlock away. They had a secret agent go in there, remove the padlock, and then the 17-year-old showed up and had free access to that lever, and then to...
And there's also 5 Joe Bidens, where 4 of them are definitely confirmed body doubles. Yep. Mm-hmm.
And this is just the fall guy that we're looking at here.
Shit.
Food for thought. Something worth stewing on a bit.
Food for thought. Shit. You know what? Hey. I was skeptical until he just said that. I'm like, you know what? That's true. Whoa.
Now only time will tell as the investigation continues what the truth of the matter was, but most likely it was just someone fishing for YouTube views through a really degenerate viral video idea.
I mean, that's obviously what it was. And I guarantee you probably have bolt cutters, to break a padlock or some shit, and then fucking switch to fucking, switch and stuff, and then do it for views. Which, even if you were going to do that, why, like, set everything else up, record it, and then do that shit when, I mean, it's like, well, they're fucking 17, so of course they're going to be a fucking ignoramus and a moron, but... I mean, bruh, it's like, aye, dude. Oof. Like, that is some oof skis right there.
Now, there is something I want to mention about trains. I may have never seen a train derail, but I have seen a train stop. That may not be some jaw-dropping feat or an achievement. I'm sure millions of other people have seen stopped trains before, but mine comes with a story. So there was a train track that ran right outside of my university when I was in college, and one night when going to a bar, the train had broken down, and it was stopped on that train track, and everyone at the bar would go and, like, climb on it and take pictures on it, and I wanted to be part of the crowd. So I did the same, and I took a picture in front of the train with my arms crossed. I'm pretty sure I pulled this up on stream at one point, but I used this as one of my Tinder profile pics for quite a long time. And it is perhaps one of the most revolting pictures you will ever find. It's so fucking stupid. It's so blurry. It looks like a picture of Sasquatch. And it is such a bad photo of me. It's when I still had, like, the mutton chops for a little while. God bless, what a fucking awful idea that was. But I looked like Wolverine if he got scurvy. So I was standing...
Show it.
there in front of the train, arms crossed and, like, semi on my tippy toes, so I looked a little bigger in front of the train. and I unironically used that as my Tinder profile pic for quite a while. And I just had to share that here. I'm pretty
And you're showing the picture.
sure I brought up that picture on stream, but I don't know if I ever told the full story to it.
Well, where is it? Show it.
So seeing a train derail isn't
Damn
really...
it. No. What, you're going to just drop that info and not show the picture? I wanted to have a goof on it. Oh. Oh, damn it, Charlie, you bastard. You bastard. Not going to share it. Boo. He's not sharing that shit. Now, but like, now I have to, like, you know, look for stream archives and fucking, you know, find it there somewhere. It's like, what the hell, bro? I don't want to be doing that. I don't want to do that. But, you know, I bet if I, you know, looked up certain keywords, I bet I could find it. But, hey. What a low work on Surface Street. It's a little thematic. Because, you know, honestly, I feel like, you know, there's at least been maybe not, you know, a couple people that popped in and out, you know, when it comes to a, you know, at least considering at least the title of the stream. So I'm assuming, you know, given the circumstances that happened earlier today, you know, it's like, yeah, I'm sure, you know, some people probably popped in, but, you know, but either way, I'll just go for now and get some food because I'm fucking hungry as fuck. Stop. So, anyway, peace out for now, and of course, you know, have a little coffee and all that shit for tomorrow, all that good stuff. So, to do for the next one and all that good shizzle. So,